Let's just check this out right.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We do have quite a few individuals that have signed up both online and here in the room. So we're taking a few minutes to go through those lists and look for duplicates, et cetera. So we should still be getting started here shortly, but appreciate a few more minutes of additional patience. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
Okay, get the microphone up here. Good morning. Friday.
Yeah.
So we're only a little bit late, which is fine. It was an important previous meeting where lots of good decisions were made, I assume. So good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. It is 11:01, and I'd like to bring this meeting of the Kane County Board to order, please. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Ellen,
Alan, if remote attendance is approved, thank you.
Bates.
Yes.
Berman,
Berman's here.
Doherty,
Doherty here.
Davis,
Davis here.
Ford, Gums,
Comes here.
Iqbal, Juby,
Over here.
Kenyon,
Here.
Caius,
Vice President.
Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis,
Who's here?
Linder,
Linder here.
Molina,
Molina present.
Roth,
Here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Silva,
Silva is here.
Strathman,
Strathman present.
Surgis,
Present.
Tarver,
Tarver's here.
Tappy,
Happy here.
Williams,
Williams here.
Young,
Young here.
and Madam Chair.
I am here as
Well,
well.
quorum.
And with your permission, Gary Doherty and Deb Allen have requested for health reasons to attend remotely. Do I have your permission to allow them to attend? Make it.
No objection.
No objections. Okay, very good. Mr. Doherty and Miss Allen, welcome.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Young, you're leading the pledge and the invocation, I believe.
Yes. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of
America,
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I had Monsignor Deutsch from St. Patrick Parish was here, but since our meeting at the Forest Preserve took so long, he's not here. So I just pray that in this room, we have wisdom and we have understanding and we have love between each other and that we respect each other's opinions.
That was lovely.
Amen.
Amen. Amen to that. Absolutely.
You do good.
Yeah, we all
Need
approve.
reach.
All good things. Very good. Now, may I please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of September 12th and September 26th of two.
Madam Chair, this is Caius. I would ask for unanimous consent for the approval of the minutes from both of those that you said there.
September 12th and
12th.
September 26th. Changes, are we in agreement to these edits? All in agreement? Yes, okay, it looks like we have unanimous consent. All right, we now have public comment. And we have a number of speakers who will be presenting today. And I'll call them up in order as I've received them. So the first speaker will be Lori Powell. Here? No? Okay. The next speaker is Frank Esposito. Frank, there you are. Mr. Esposito, you're reminded that you have no more than 5 minutes and make sure that your comments are respectful both to your fellow members of the citizenry as well as to the board.
I understand, Madam Chair, and hopefully I don't take 5 minutes. I come to talk about 23-418 and 23-419, the purchase of those two vehicles. I have been to a few meetings where this has been discussed, and something occurred to me because it says emergency. So I would like to know, is it an emergency because we needed another vehicle? So there are two more vehicles to whatever vehicles the county owns? Or was there something wrong with the other vehicles and they're replacing vehicles? Does anybody know for sure? Because the documentation I see doesn't indicate why we're getting these vehicles. And I got a feeling we don't know. Okay. Yes, it occurred to me that it says they're hybrids. Does anybody know, are they plug-in hybrids or are they just a regular gas-powered hybrids? No one knows? Okay. Well, the other thing is I noticed that we're purchasing them from Hennessy Riverview Ford, which is in Kane, Kendall County. We have, at least to my knowledge, 2 Ford dealerships in Kane County. Is my feeling that maybe we should spend our money in Kane County rather than Kendall. So I just question why it has to be done this way. I've been up before and I've asked, what's the process around here of getting things approved? And I'm a slow learner, but I'm gradually getting there. That's why I found out that this originally came up in the administration committee, at least as far as I can tell, back in September 13th. And again, it doesn't give you any of this information. So I'm not quite sure how you can make a determination as to whether or not we should purchase these things, because if they're hybrids and they're both going over $40,000, I have been told by a couple of people, and I'm not an expert in this, but we may be paying upwards of $10,000 too much unless it's a plug-in type hybrid. So I just wish that we would take a little more time to get information about these things. Granted, we need vehicles, but do we need these vehicles? Okay. And one other point, a little off this subject. Is there any way that on the agendas that the page number that the item is going to appear on? Because when there's 700 pages to look at, it takes a tremendous amount of time to go down to find the documents that relate to that item. Now, it may be a little extra work for the staff to do that, but it's going to save all of you and me a lot of time getting to this document that I would like to see. Also, one further thing. If you've got a $40,000 car, could we put the fact that it's $40,000 on the agenda? So if something is worth $2,000, I personally am not going to spend a lot of time trying to dig out information for it. Okay, but if it's $40,000 or $100,000, you can be sure I'm going to find as much information about it as I can. It would really be helpful, I think, for all of you, if you had the page numbers and the dollar figures that it represents. Thank you.
Is that Mr. Esposito? Is that right?
And we cannot come. Yes.
No,
Mr.
I'm just
Esposito.
Mr. Esposito, I'd be happy to talk with you afterwards and shed some light on some of the transportation purchasing things. IT, I can't help you, but the other one, I'll talk to you. Okay, another time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Davos. All righty. Jim Whittington.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm a 44-year voting resident of the county. And I'm speaking more in general, and I think of my colleague Frank Esposito made a good point. He posed some questions. Nobody seemed to know the answers. And it seems to me when you've got 700 and some pages of things, it's kind of like what's going on in Congress. You know, you get these big omnibus bills, thousands of pages long. Nobody can ever read them. So nobody really knew the answers. So my comment's more about, and I've observed things over the last several months, you know, that there seems to be a lack of a real big picture and critical thinking about especially discretionary spending. We're at a time right now where we're on a precipice. There's so many things going on in our country and then around the world. And we all read about that our budget's out of control. It's over 30, I think it's over $33 trillion nationally. Okay. Now you may have some grant money here that you got from some places. I don't know all of it. Maybe you've got a little bit more money in your budget, but now is not the time to be considering some very large discretionary items. You know, there's talk about a new government center among other things. So I just don't think it's the right time. And you talk about, you know, maybe increasing taxes. I heard there's in the budget another 5% tax increase. And right now, that's just not the right time to be considering that. Look, you've all lived in the county a long time. You wouldn't be board members if you didn't, which means you probably have an extensive family, neighborhood, and friend network here. Consider what you are doing to all your friends and your neighbors and your family members. How many of them are students that just kicked in with new student loan payments? How many bought houses in the last few years where interest rates were 2% and now they're approaching 8%? They're on adjustable rates. They're all going to be reset. We're all hearing about State Farm and Allstate, all these other insurance companies dramatically raising house insurance rates and auto insurance rates. Spending, the household budgets are out of control. Now is not the time to be piling on more real estate taxes based on non-discretionary or based on discretionary purchases that you shouldn't be making right now. You need to take a step back. And so I'm asking you to really think about that, thinking what it's going to do to your own personal budget, all your friends and family, and we just can't afford it now. You know, and so forgive me for this, okay, but they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, okay? So I got $1 here. And then I got this. This now costs more than this. Pretty soon it'll be take 2 of these to buy 1 of these. We can't afford this anymore. You've got to step back and think again about your spending. Thank you.
Kathy Showalter? Is Kathy here? There she is.
I am. My name is Kathy Showalter. I've been in Kane County for a long time. I will also want to talk to you about the cars, okay? My father was a great man. He was a very wise man. As we kids were growing up, he taught us, don't buy it, don't fix it, or don't replace it till it's broken. Now, I had a 2004 Murano. My Murano lasted me till 2021. Think about that. Only had 58,000 miles on it, so it was a good car for me, but I had a damn good mechanic. Now, what is wrong with grabbing a mechanic to fix these old vehicles? Okay, they're safe. Now we're going to buy the hybrid. Do we know what the heck the car offers? Is it a plug-in? Is it a 4-wheel drive? Are we going to replace it in 4 more years? What the heck are you guys thinking? We don't need to replace vehicles. We need to use what we have and recycle what we have. All of a sudden, you decided that we want a new government center and a healthcare building. $114 million? Think about that. Think about it. What is wrong with these buildings? I was self-employed, okay? I owned my own business for 38 years. and it was decorating, okay? As I walk around these buildings, I'll be damned if the mortar on the brick is not even falling down. There are no rodents in these buildings. What are you thinking? Do we have that kind of endless money? I think not. We are all on budgets. I personally have a son and his family who moved in with me. Why? Because of the economic environment. What makes you think that we really have an endless money pit? Listen to your neighbors. Listen to your family members. Listen to what they're going to. Like Jim says, go to the grocery store. You know, wake up. That's all I'm asking. Please, let's go back to being old school. Use what we have. Use our resources wisely. That's all I'm saying. Please listen to what we are trying to get across. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bill Broderick.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. My topic is taxes. And like my predecessors, it's an issue that's very much on the mind of many of us. As you all know, the private sector runs on after-tax income. If you cut taxes, say cut the gasoline tax, at least more money in the private sector, we have more to work with in the private sector. It helps the private sector. But the opposite is also true. Anytime you increase the tax, there's less money in the private sector to enable it to prosper, or at least break even. And therefore, we see an economy that's not doing very well. I've done a little research about the Illinois economy. Last year, the economy grew by about 2% nationally. Illinois grew by 0.7%, which is like running in place, no growth. The first 6 months of this year, the Illinois economy grew by 0.2%. So it's flatlined for at least 18 months or more. And you probably see it in your own tax receipts. Your tax receipts must be flatlined as well. We're in an economy that's doing very poorly. There's an outfit called Rich States, Poor States, run by Art Laffer, an economist. He puts a report out. He ranked Illinois number 45 of 50 states last year. This year we upgraded, we're at 46. Because we're so overtaxed as a society, the private sector struggles across the board. So the picture in Illinois is not going to get better until the political sector of our state starts talking about cutting services, cutting taxes, cutting programs, cutting costs. There's no other way for the state to go forward. Thank you.
That concludes on agenda. The speakers who are off agenda will be called in at a later time during the meeting. All righty, now it's my turn. The people who are on my list to Jean, you are looking at contact tracing, surveillance, which is not on the agenda, that is off agenda. So thank you.
Agenda
At what item?
23-385.
Dash.
23-385.
First one. Building management.
If you read the agenda. Page 1.
Contact tracing?
Yeah, it's in the agenda. I'll pull it up right now.
A second. I'll make sure that you speak. Pull it up.
The 385, David.
Committee?
380, yeah, 385.
23. Access control programs.
In our packet starts on page 29.
Madam Chair, the first page of the resolution says, whereas an access control program, excuse me, whereas the Kane County Building Management Department has made a request in the amount of $700,000 of SLFRF to fund an access control program for the purpose of COVID-19 contact tracing. So it appears to be on it.
All right, I'll allow it. Please, Jean. All right, I'll recognize them all.
Good morning, Jean Meyer, Christian, concerned citizen of these United States. No to contact tracing and surveillance. These concepts are not compatible with the liberty given us by our precious Constitution. The federal government gave Kane County $103 million that they did not have, growing the federal debt so the young people of this country are enslaved forever. Who wrote that 700+ page document? Obviously, no one has time to read and comprehend these documents. Obviously, someone well above this local level of government wrote it. My father, a history teacher, said history tends to repeat itself. History of the world is ugly, with mass genocides, particularly in the 20th century under communism. My mother, a staunch patriot who fought the New World Order from the 70s until the 2000s, global government and the loss of national sovereignty. She said Rockefeller, a powerful mover and shaker in the push for global government, had said, "We need a global emergency so fearful that we can move the United States into global government," and hence the panic promoted by our controlled media over COVID numbers and deaths. Many deaths caused by comorbidities, in which the death occurred in those who tested positive to the PCR test, a test which gave huge percentages of false positives to feed the narrative. Orwellian contact tracing, surveillance, masking and distancing, mandating an experimental injection with threats of job loss, destroying small businesses. These ensured leading to more panic and so on. At the September Kane County Board meeting, Madam Chair said there was a 97% increase in people entering the hospital for suicide since 2018. This panic and these policies, not to mention the so-called vaccine that causes our bodies to manufacture the spike protein, spike is the enemy, and for who knows how long that spike protein production goes on, they're deadly. On September 13th, 2023, Dr. Peter McCullough spoke at the European Parliament. Dr. McCullough is the most published with peer-reviewed articles cardiologist in the nation. He's been censored and threatened to lose his medical license because he gives a different narrative, so like communist countries censor. Dr. McCullough says the US and the European Union should pull out of the WHO and leave the WHO without dominion over what we do in healthcare. COVID-19 vaccines must be removed from use due to excess deaths and no new vaccines given. The role of the WHO, per Dr. McCullough, appears to be adverse by operating a biopharmaceutical complex, a syndicate, which includes the WHO, the World Economic Forum, the UN, the Gates, and the Rockefeller Foundation, who operate as a unit with the Department of State and public health agencies, the FDA, and more. The WHO got in the way and impeded doctors' ability, for Dr. McCullough, to treat patients, and 3 years later, they still have no early treatment protocol. Instead, the patient stays home and waits until they're so sick that they need to be hospitalized, where a good part of them die. When Dr. McCullough says there are two things that present hospitalization and death: early treatment and natural immunity from infection with COVID. I am strongly asking this board to be visionary, to be courageous. I know it's going to take courage. Remove your rubber stamp from the organizations listed above who harm we the people and are pushing contact tracing and surveillance. Use the money that the federal government should never have manufactured and given out to the detriment of the people and small businesses. Those things which make this country great. Instead, help businesses to thrive in this county. This county resides in a state in which the businesses and residents are fleeing. It's like #1 now in all 50 states. I would not want to be in your shoes for the responsibility of injury and death to we the people and the loss of our sovereign, these United States. I'm praying for you guys. I know your job is hard. I don't know how you make it through these meetings, but please stand for our Constitution and we the people of whom you and your families are a part. No to contact tracing and surveillance. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Meyer, you're next.
My comments are shorter. Seeing this resolution 23-385, a few times it did reference contact tracing for building access. Okay. To comply with CDC commands, mandates, I'm not sure where that came from. Did read something disheartening this week. American Airlines required contact tracing to people re-entering the US, flying home from Puerto Vallarta back to the USA. Fill out this contact tracing sheet and submit it before you can check in, before you can fly. Doesn't that violate my Fifth Amendment? I have to witness against myself. One thing with contact tracing that bothers me, in China, you use it to determine if you've been talking to people with a low social score. Well, we need to get permission to travel, lockdowns, etc. That's the thing that does bother me with contact tracing. No, thank you, please. Good day.
I believe that is now it. And the rest of the speakers will come in later on as we allow off-agenda items. And we'll try to be as efficient as we can with our meeting, so you won't have to wait for too long. And I hope you find the meeting interesting. So now it's my turn for my comments. During the last, well, actually 4, 5, 7, 8, 3 months, 4 months, the budget has been very much on my mind, very much on everyone else's mind. And today we're going to have Kathy Hopkinson present just an analysis of what the future budget for 24 may look like. We're not going into budget details per department. That'll be addressed as you go through your committees. This is just an overview of what our financial position is in. And as I read that, and as I've had the opportunity to reflect on the last 2 budgets that I've been able to steward, this being my second one, and taking a look at where we have been through the last 13 years, I'd like to pause for a minute. And we have now taken Kane County to a very frugal economic state. There has not been any really wasted spending because there has been very little resources to spend any of that money on. Right now, you'll see it once again, Kane County, of all of our Collar County, fellow Collar counties, we are the lowest tax county for the county. Now, I'm not talking about a school district. I'm not talking about park districts or municipalities, just for the county governance in any of the other Collar counties. And that has been brought down over a period of 13 years, this being the 13th year. And I was wondering how we could manage that. How did that work? Well, we brought a lot of money, and I've known that, and you've known that, out of our reserve fund. So we have balanced the last couple of budgets with reserves. there is going to be a recommendation that we draw down our savings this upcoming year to balance the budget again, because we don't have enough revenue to support the needs that we have here in the county. But I would like to remind you all, as you think about it, that many of our costs, most of our costs are personnel costs. We've had a year-long exercise on equity increases, internal equity increases. We have not even looked externally yet. The state's attorney has. And we have found out that because of our lack of internal equity, some of our county employees have been making very low wages for a very, very long time. The treasurer's office has recently recommended through a personal action form that one of his employees who's been there for a period of time, a seasoned, well-liked employee, is making under $36,000 a year. Now, their benefits are almost equal to that amount. Now, as we go through what the taxes would be, just take-home tax, FICA, health insurance, et cetera, that individual is probably taking home maybe $24,000, $22,000 a year out of that. Maybe a little bit more, but around that range. And if you have children, if you have any other needs that you have, like food, paying a mortgage, paying gasoline, you're literally living on starvation wages. So why we have been in the county board and previous boards have decided to be fiscally prudent, fiscally conservative, fiscally cautious, not to tax our residents any more than is needed. We've come to a crisis point in our budget. And I would like you to consider what those options would be. You're going to see that in 2 years, if all is remaining equal, there's no other tax increase, if everything remains flat except for new growth, we're going to have to start eliminating positions. We're going to have to do a deep dive to reduce, potentially reduce, the services that we give. And if that's something that this board feels comfortable with, that you would like to have less government, then we're moving in the right trajectory. But I challenge you, what does that mean? What does that look for us? And how many people have to be laid off to make that happen? So that is the reality. I urge you all to carefully consider the services that we're providing here. I believe that we're providing no more than needed, no less than is wanted. I believe that our purchases have been maybe sometimes a little bit more robust than needed, but not anything that is significant within my last 2 years of tenure. And if we take a look at the pay that our attorneys are making, do you realize when they go to graduate school, they have to take out student loans? And they're making the students, some of those student loans are in excess of $100,000. And they come here to work for $68,000, $65,000, $55,000 a year. So they will stay here for 2 years. They will be trained and they go out. And where do they go? To another county. They go to the private sector. And anybody who has been an employer realizes that the cost of training far over costs the cost of an employee because of the time and energy and expertise that you need to train an employee. So I urge you, please, to consider what we're doing for our county and making sure that we have attorneys for a drug court, that we have attorneys for sexual abuse and child abuse, that we have people to actually protect our public. Because we want to make sure that Kane County stays as safe and secure, a place where you can leave your car unlocked, a place where you can run out and put out the garbage without worrying that somebody's going to come into your home. So as we go through this, please just keep an open mind. We're not going to ask for any vote, not today. But I would like you to take a look at it and see where we are with our finances, and the story will tell itself. Before I bring Kathy up, I would like to make one announcement, and I'd like to share this with everybody here. As a way of saving money, which cost us a little bit of money. We're going to have the opening of our solar field at the Judicial Center this Friday, October 13th at 1 p.m. Everyone is invited. You know that this is not only going to be something that is going to help power our Judicial Center, but in the very long run and in the very short term, it is going to save the taxpayers money for energy costs because of the solar field. So this is an appropriate, if I can say the word appropriately, progressive approach to saving money. It costs a little bit of money, but in the long term will save one heck of a lot of money. And that money is going to be forecasted for a period of 25 years. So with that, I'd like to bring up Kathy Hopkinson. Kathy, before she begins, Kathy has been working diligently on this. And even yesterday, we had a very long conversation about this. So even on a day off, she was fine-tuning this presentation for your behalf.
Hello. Okay, we're ready. Good morning. So in today's presentation, I'm going to focus on a lot of what we've talked about before, which is our funds, our reserves, where we're at, and big picture. So our general fund is our main operating fund of the county. It holds most of the department's employees' salaries and benefits. So that would be sheriff, which is the largest component of the general fund. The sheriff, the state's attorney, our judiciary, our court services, the county clerk, which is elections, recorder of deeds, finance, HR. The departments that are not in the general fund are transportation, health department. So those are the two big departments that are not in our general fund. And our general fund is the fund that has the issues being balanced every year. And a lot of, as we've talked about, a lot of the funds in transportation and health are restricted for those purposes. We can't use them to balance our general fund. So our general fund actually has multiple accounts in it. And I think one of the issues that would help this board see things in a more focused way would be to consolidate some of these accounts. I think when you have lots of little accounts, you lose the big picture. It is unusual for a county to have so many accounts in its general fund. Most counties just have one account. We have 9. We have 4 accounts that hold reserves. We have a special reserve, an emergency reserve, a property tax freeze protection reserve, and the COVID payroll reimbursement reserve, which was set up a couple of years ago. Those are all reserves. It's all reserves. And there's actually also some reserves in the general account. The reserves that we have are what fund our capital projects. Our capital projects, so things like HVAC replacements, boilers, air conditioning, sidewalk replacements, all those sorts of building maintenance projects all come out of our capital projects fund. Our capital projects fund does not have its own property tax levy. It has some very small video gaming tax revenue that goes into it if we have a grant. But primarily over the years, what we do is we transfer money from our general account and our reserves over to fund our capital projects fund.
Kathy, can we ask questions while you're going along?
Why don't we? So that she can get through this, let's, if you can just make a note, and otherwise I'm afraid this is going to take a long time. So let her just get through some of this and then we can reflect back. And then we can have a robust conversation about this for clarity.
And then the other big, you could probably have a theoretical discussion whether vehicles are capital or just part of regular expenses, especially for a sheriff, which with the miles that they're putting on cars every year, they're going through about $600,000 in cars every year. And we have at least 2 sheriff's vehicle funds. So this is just an overview and recommending that we consolidate. Reserve policies. So, and I've mentioned this before, Kane County, our existing longtime financial reserve policy said that we only should maintain reserves for 3 months. When we passed the budget policy back in May, we said that the county should have a 180-day reserve policy. So we have 2 documents with 2 conflicting policies. I'm recommending we stick with the 3 months. Lake County has essentially 29%. DuPage has 25%. McHenry, interestingly enough, 42%. The Government Finance Officers Association, which is sort of the premier industry association for government finance officials and accountants, their recommendation is that the general fund should have no less than 2 months. And there's obvious reasons why you don't want to have too much in your reserves, because then you're saying that you don't need that much money. So where are we? And I think this is a slide that I want to incorporate into all of our financial reports going forward. I am recommending that we amend our budget policy so that it says 90 days. So as of September 30th, if we were trying to manage to a 180-day target, we would have $23 million more than our reserve is required. If we were trying to manage to a 90-day target, we would have $53 million more. And the way that you do the calculation, you look at your upcoming budget, and I'm just rounding numbers here. So if our 2024 budget is around 120 million, again, this is just for the general fund, because all of our other funds are balanced across the county for 2024. General fund is what is historically the difficult fund to balance because it doesn't have those recurring revenue streams. So if you look at our proposed 2024 budget for the general fund, around 120 million, you would need 30 million for 90 days. So everything else would be considered excess. So if we did consolidate, and I think it would be a great idea to do so because it would keep everybody's eyes on the reserve amount, and it would be clear and transparent. If you look at where we would be with our general fund, and I think it would actually be okay to have maybe just one reserve fund. If we, again, if it was at 180 days, we'd have 23 million extra. If it was at 90 days, we'd have 53 million extra. And I realize these are moving targets. These are moving target numbers. Our capital projects fund currently has $23 million in its fund balance. I wanted to point out, we still have other purchases that are going through that fund prior to the end of this fiscal year. The largest of which is the purchase of the new election equipment, which costs $7 million. We have not paid that bill yet. So once that is paid, and it should be paid from what I understand before November 30th, that'll bring our capital projects fund down to 16 million. Our sheriff's vehicle fund currently has 1.7 million. And typically there's about 650,000 in new vehicles and leasing expenses every year. So if you kind of see how this flow works, our reserves help fund our capital, both our building maintenance and our sheriff's vehicles, among other things, technology purchases. The capital projects fund also has large system technology purchases in it. So again, I'm just recommending for focused, clear reporting that we consolidate all of our reserve funds. I think it'll be, and I can bring those reports to the board every month so that everybody can see where we are. I think it'll help manage our capital projects funds as well. And that's my recommendation on that. The RTA sales tax, in my prior presentations, I've talked about, again, consolidating funds and looking for recurring revenue streams. King County has RTA sales tax revenue going into 4 funds. 10%, and this is the percentage allocation is decided by the county board. It is in the county's financial policies. That's how these percentages were arrived at. So 10% goes into the general fund, 9% goes into a public safety fund, which has been used for public safety technology and sheriff's vehicles. 6% goes into the judicial technology fund, which was used, if you look back several years ago, most of the funds that were isolated into that fund were used to upgrade the Tyler Odyssey court management system, which our judiciary fund uses. And then 75% goes to transportation, goes to KDOT. And what I have noticed looking at especially the public safety RTA sales tax fund and the judicial technology fund is that there's money left over at the end of the year in those funds. And so they're building up fund balances. And I'd rather see those 2 funds that are getting the 9% and the 6%, since we're looking for revenues in our general fund, that they be consolidated into the general fund so that excess revenue is helping fund the salaries in the general fund. And just a little bit more on these funds, because I know that the spending in these funds is a sensitive topic because people are concerned that if we consolidated these 2 funds into the general fund, that we wouldn't fund the technology for the court services. It would just be budgeted as part of the general fund. So the public safety RTA sales tax fund currently has $2.1 million in its fund balance, which has built up over time. The judicial RTA sales tax fund has 1.3 million in fund balance, which has built up over time. So what does the 2024 budget for these two funds have? The 2024 budget for the Public Safety RTA Sales Tax Fund has 1.4 million in technology expenses and a $434,000 transfer to the Sheriff's Vehicle and Equipment Fund, which the Sheriff's Vehicle Equipment Fund already has 1.7 million. And based on annual spending of 650, it has roughly, 2.5-ish years of money available to spend for vehicles. And then the Judicial Technology Sales Tax Fund has 1.1 million for both IT salaries and technology expenses, all part of running the court system. Again, I'm recommending that those two funds be consolidated. If you kind of look back at the history, I've been looking back at the history of what goes on in these funds. Just in the Public Safety RTA Sales Tax Fund, since 2015, from 2015 to 2021, $3.8 million was transferred from the Public Safety RTA Sales Tax Fund to the general fund for court security. So the money is already being transferred to the general fund. So we should just move these funds and consolidate them with the general fund. And then the over 1 million has been transferred for sheriff vehicles. So I'm recommending that those two funds be consolidated. Their fund balances would also be moved over and would help to add to the reserves for the county for future technology and our capital projects. Also, as part of the discussions that we've been having as part of this 2024 budget process, the Transportation Department has indicated that they could give an additional 5% of their RTA sales tax to the general fund, and we would end up with a 30-70 allocation of RTA sales tax. Interest earned. So interest earned is allocated across all of the funds in the county based on where the cash is. So the largest recipients of interest earned are transportation and ARPA, because those are the funds that have all the cash. Transportation has the most cash of all the funds across the county, and they have 17 funds. ARPA has a very large balance that will go down in time. The general fund, and these are all estimates. By the way, we have a number unaudited up there because we don't know where this year is gonna end up. And then just recent history again of interest earned. You can see back 2007, we had $11.5 million of interest earned coming in, and then it dipped and we had years of 1 million. Now it's in last couple of years, we've had losses because of the market value write downs that we had to do for accounting purposes for GAAP. And we will see where this fiscal year brings us. The equity adjustments. So all the departments across the county received a report on Friday with their own individual departments forecasted equity adjustments. This list here represents departments that participated in the formal equity study that was done by HR. And these amounts here represent the equity increases by department across all funds. So this is for the general fund and for special revenue funds. So where are we with the general fund? So the general fund budget gap is still pretty significant. And we have we've reduced a few expenses. Sheriff's Department cut $1 million since I last spoke. The sheriff cut $1 million out of his salaries and wage budget for his staff. We started looking at some of our utility costs. Where could we cut on some utility costs? There are forecasted increases, but we decided, well, let's wait and see. So we cut some of those. But we still have a $12.3 million gap in our general fund. And last year, for the 2023 budget, the county passed a budget for the general fund, funding $16.6 million of expenses with reserves. Budget gap solutions that are on this slide. We would be funding this gap with 11.6 million in reserves. This is also taking into consideration a property tax levy increase of 3.7%, which would bring in 2.8 million, transferring an additional 5% of RTA sales tax revenue from the transportation department, consolidating those two, the public safety fund and the judicial technology fund, because their 2024 budget as it is today, those two funds have not planned to spend all of their RTA sales tax money. So those two amounts, the 429,000 and the 334,000, are not planned for spending. So we could roll those into the general fund to help cover general fund expenses. And then the numbers up at the top, that 118 million in expenses does not include a cost of living increase for employees at 3%, the salary equity adjustments. And of that previous slide, 1.4 of those belong to the general fund, and then a merit increase pool for county employees. So taking that all, adding those additional costs to our expense would require us to take 11.6 million from reserves. And again, just a slide that I used previously, the difference between recurring and non-recurring revenues and expenses. Sort of your recurring revenues are funding your daily operations. Your non-recurring are funding things like your capital projects and your one-time projects. Sorry for the busyness of this slide, but so this is the 2024 general fund budget broken down by category. So your operating revenues for your general fund, we have all of our taxes. So 79 million in taxes.
Blair, can you biggie size that on screen at all?
Yeah. So $79.7 million in taxes, and that includes property taxes, sales taxes, income taxes, the RTA sales taxes. Charges for services are a lot of the fees that are charged in all the offices all across the county, like your clerk of the circuit court fees and things like that. Grants and reimbursements are a good chunk of our court services staff. We receive a reimbursement from the state of Illinois. So that's a large portion of that. So that would be like adult probation staff. And then licenses, permits, fines, and there was a small other balance that I just rolled in. And then operating expenses, again, this is just our general fund. So our general fund, $73 million of our general fund is just salaries. And of that 73 million, 25 million is just the sheriff's. So our sheriff's office is the biggest component of that line. And then employee benefits, which is health and dental. Contractual services, a lot of that is things like software subscriptions, janitorial services. Commodities is electricity, fuel, gas, supplies. We've got a transfer. The general fund helps fund our 911 operations. And so if you kind of just look at our budget like that, what are the operations, the daily operations of our general fund, which is, public safety and judiciary are probably 80% of those costs. We have an operating loss of 10.9 million. And then we have things like debt service. So we still have debt. This particular payment is on a 2021 bond issue. We have a 2020 bond refunding where the interest was capitalized and we don't start paying our principal payments until 2025. And that principal and interest is about $13 million. So we still have debt to pay, and that will have to come out of our general fund. So if you add additional tax revenue, so that second column, which is new revenue expenses, that 4.8 million includes the $2.8 million property tax levy, and then also the RTA sales taxes that would come from those other funds. That would bring in an additional 4.8 to our general fund. And then the operating expenses, that 4 million, that is essentially the employee salary increases. So at the end of the day, when you add those, we still have this $11.6 million deficit in our general fund. Okay, now I think you need to, there we go. So how does this play out? These operating losses year after year, and the county has had operating losses and needed to use its reserves for a very long time. And we were very fortunate over the last 4 years to receive millions in federal money from both CARES and ARPA to fund our salaries, which actually helped fund our sheriff's department. So that was the good news. And as I've talked about before, the bad news is it really it covered up the losses in our general fund because we used federal money to pay county salaries to the tunes of $10-15 million a year for the last several years. And that funding stream, as you know, for the CARES is already gone, and the ARPA isn't really available because there's no pandemic. So if we look at it in terms of, reserves, so our general fund, general account, if we can maintain 30 million, we're meeting a 90-day target. And it is important to manage to target. I had a call with S&P last Monday because they were interested in the status of the Longmeadow debt. And whatever our policy is, they expect us to manage to our policy. So if we have a 180-day policy, they would be expecting us to manage that policy. Another reason why I'm recommending we go with the more typical, usual 90 days, which was in our policy for a long time. So if we pull all of our reserves, so today we have 53 million in reserves. If we use 11.6 of that for next year's budget, then we have 41 million in reserves. Right now in 2023, when I run a report, it shows that our general fund is 4 million under as of September. We budgeted for a $16.6 million loss. I think we're going to come in probably somewhere around 7 million. But again, that's a loss. So if you take that out, we're now down to 34 million. So then we only have 34 million in excess. I'm calling this excess. If we can maintain 30 million in our general account. So we have 34 million excess to help fund just the run of the mill building maintenance projects, that we've talked about, and I think Roger's going to be giving his 5-year capital plan tomorrow at Administration Committee, and vehicles for the sheriff. So the impact of the levy increase, I asked Mark Armstrong to prepare for me. So the next couple of slides were prepared by Mark. He couldn't be here today. He had a previous personal commitment. He was out of the office, but he did a nice couple of slides here. So what is the impact of a $2.8 million levy increase across the county? And he suggested, when I talked to him on the phone, I said, I'm doing this presentation. He suggested that the best presentation would address the median owner. Median meaning equal number of homeowners or property owners below equal number of homeowners above. So it's not an average, it's the median. So in 2022, the median owner occupied home in King County paid $260 to the county in property tax. And again, King County does not assess property taxes for your school district, your park district, your library district. We are just assessing taxes for the services that King County provides, which is sheriff, state's attorney, transportation, elections, recorder of deeds, etc. So in 2023, values have increased by a countywide aggregate of just over 9%. In 2023, exemptions, and this is very important, exemptions have increased as well. The general homestead exemption has increased by 33% to $8,000. The senior citizen homestead exemption has increased by 60% to $8,000. So if the Kane County tax extension increased by 2.8 million, the median owner occupied home in Kane County would pay an additional $7.05. The median senior citizen occupied home would pay $1.81 less. So you may ask, well, who is picking up the taxes? So it's essentially property owners who do not have the opportunity to use these exemptions. So that would be a lot of commercial properties. He put together a very nice map by township. It's very small, I realize, which is, he also did a spreadsheet, which is on the next page. But you can look at this by township. The blue font is the general homestead or the general. And then he also did an analysis, which is in the red font by those who would be eligible for the senior citizen exemption. And you can see almost all the townships, the senior would go down. And then let me just get that last slide. And then there's two spreadsheets that Mark prepared. The first spreadsheet is for the general. And then the next one that has the red, because it's reflective that the tax would actually go down, is for the seniors. And I think that's, yeah, this is just the slide that I had in a previous presentation. So any questions?
Well done. Yes, Ms. Bates.
When I look at the difference in reserves that we need for 90 days compared to 180 days, it looks like, woohoo, all our problems are solved. Is that true or not true that we can take that money out of?
As your finance person, I would say that you can't, if we go back a couple slides. So if we use our reserves, which is our savings, which means that we are not bringing in enough revenue to fund our expenses. if we do that in about, and this continues, because next year our expenses will be higher because next year our salaries and benefits will be higher, right? So if we continue to do this in a couple of years, we've wiped out our
It's
reserves.
gone already. Okay.
And this, as I said, the CARES Act, using the CARES Act and the ARPA money for 2020, 2021, and 2022, it really masked and covered up what was happening. We were using federal dollars because we didn't have the local revenue. We were using federal dollars to fund our general fund operations. And we have been using reserves to fund our general fund on and off for a very long time. Yes, so it's a risky proposition to keep using your savings every year. Now, our 2023 budget, we budgeted to use 16.6 of savings. My guess is we're probably going to end up somewhere around using 7, but still it's a loss. It's a loss either way. So if we budgeted for an $11 million loss next year, even if we came in at half that, until you can recover that revenue or you lay off, employees, you're digging deeper and deeper and deeper into your reserves.
Mr. Sturgis, you had a question earlier.
Oh, I
on?
guess I have a series of questions.
All right.
These aren't in any specific order. They're just as they came to light. In one of your first slides, you had the word capital up there off to the right-hand side. And in that capital, you talked about, floors and ceilings and air conditioners. Just so I'm clear, bridges are not considered capital items.
Bridges are capital, but this conversation today, again, is about our general fund. Transportation, they have 17 of their own funds. They're all balanced. They are not part of the general
Understood.
fund. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
In the consolidation of accounts, in my businesses, whether I'm using Peachtree or Quicken or make the big jump to QuickBooks, they have different names for different categories. One might call something an account, one might call it a category. And I'm wondering, does it become a bit of a shell game if we're saying we would like to close this account, but in the accounting package, it's still called an account? I mean, we still want to keep track of, if we set something in one of these accounts, we're doing it so that we know how much we set aside, that we were kind of keeping that for something specific. And that's why we opened an account. Now, I'm assuming that when you're using the term account, it's physically a bank account, or are you suggesting it's nothing more than a software itemization, calling it an account? There's a follow-up to that.
It was all of these individual accounts and funds, so that I don't think you want me to give you a history on governmental
Nope,
accounting.
just are those literally physically bank accounts that you get a statement for,
So
or are they
all
just
all the
software?
funds, all of the funds, the 100 so of funds across the county, except for ARPA, some CARES Act and the Long Meadow toll, all of that cash for all those funds is pooled into by the treasurer's office into checking and investment accounts. Obviously, the treasurer's office keeps enough in checking to pay the daily bills. Everything else is invested. So it's all pooled. But legally, monies have to be set up in funds if they're restricted by state statute or some other legal reason, and there are some. As I talked about in a previous presentation, the county has funds, many funds that have been set up by county resolution by ordinance that aren't required either by statute or by code that I can find. Those 4 funds, they're called funds. They're also called accounts, the special reserve, the emergency reserve, the property tax freeze protection, the COVID payroll. They were all set up. The county board set them up individually over time. They are tracked separately, but all the money across the county except for ARPA, CARES, and Long Meadow Toll is all pooled.
Okay, so
All pooled.
to that end, if we're talking about combining, whittling down, reducing the number of accounts, what's the strategic advantage of doing that? They were set up as a bookmark, as a place marker. Is the advantage there to free up what they may have been used for, to use them for something else? Is that the whole strategic?
2 things, clarity and transparency. It's easier to focus. Instead of having all these little funds, it's easier, I think, for everybody to focus on what do we have.
Okay.
That's
And I don't
primary,
disagree
and
with
then
that.
secondary, it allows little fund balances to build up. And use the word optimize, maximize. You're not optimizing or maximizing your revenue streams because you're kind of leaving them on the table.
Fair. On the interest spend category, I don't know that I continue to get information bombardment both ways. And to my colleagues here, we have staff kind of saying you shouldn't be spending that interest, or there's not as much interest as you think. And we have offices saying that you have, you're going to have a quantity of that and you're allowed to spend it. I don't know where y'all heads are on that, but I mean, I think as a collective, at some point, we're going to need to come to grips with that question once and for all. I think we're getting to the amount of information we have. There was a statement made in an earlier presentation regarding the appropriate amount of reserves and that we may or may not have exceeded or were under that amount. And maybe that amount wasn't a dollar figure, but a month figure, like how many months of operating cash should we have? Are we above or below, in your opinion, that threshold?
Well, if you go back to the slide, we have, if you use our 90-day target,
So 90 days.
meaning we would maintain at least at all times 90 days of spending, 90 days of spending, 3 months.
Okay. Have we typically carried 90 days? And I'm looking to my brethren. I thought we carried way more than that.
We have.
Paring that down and spending some off.
Well, we need to maintain a reserve. We are spending it because we're using it to balance our budget. So we're spending it.
I hear what you're saying, but and I'm going to reference human services as an example. We set a reserve amount for our health insurance reserve, and we set it way too high. Attorneys and legal people came back and said, hey, listen, your $9 million marker was just ridiculous because by hitting that, you're artificially raising the rates to your employees, and you need to spend that down to get it to something. So I compare that apples to apples to what we're doing here, but I don't want to be going to bed tonight saying, am I artificially spending that down because I need it? Or am I artificially spending it down because a financial person said, you're carrying way too much and you need to spend that down? Is that what I'm hearing?
We have, if you use our 90-day target, we have $53 million more in reserves than we are required by policy.
Got it.
But we're spending it, we're using it right now, the last several years to balance our budget. So we're eating into it slowly. Yes.
Understood.
And then on the interest earned is part of our budget. If you go.
Forecast.
And I'm hoping I'm asking questions that when we have these phone calls outside of the meeting, this is what I'm hearing from people and
Yeah,
I'm just asking. them,
Interest
so.
earned is part of our budget. It's a risky proposition, though, to say that somebody's salary is dependent upon the interest earned that's brought
Understood.
in. The more stable resource, the more stable revenue sources that the county brings in, any government brings in, are taxes, charges for services, fees, fines. But to say that we're going to fund salaries with interest earned when the market, we could have a couple of good years, we could have some bad years, and then, where are you? So it wouldn't be recommended by me to fund salaries with interest earned. Interest earned helps us by keeping our reserves where we need to have them. When we do have interest that comes in, like right now, we're having interest come in, it helps us maintain our reserves. It helps us, which means that we have money for our capital projects.
I think conservatively, you and I are in great agreement there. At some point offline, you and I had discussed a charter of services, if you will, that the county is obligated to produce. And I think maybe 8 or 10 years ago, we had this, mandated service study sort of thing. And I use this term scope creep. Hey, listen, with the best of intentions, we were going to do this. But now 15 years later, this has become this. And we are spending way more money than we were obligated to do. Has that gone any place at all to be able to kind of give a report and say, listen, we're really, we don't want to cut somebody, but on the other hand, we never intended within the original confines of having those services.
I have not had time to do an operational assessment of all
Got it.
the county
Okay.
offices.
If I may, before you go on, if you can remember that reserve study, it said at that period of time that you were, you, under each one of those budget lines were underpaid, that there wasn't enough money even back then to adequately pay for the mandated services on almost every department. And that was.
I don't
in that
remember
reserve
a
study.
reserve study, but
Is
that what it's called?
The exact, the mandated services study.
mandated service. Okay.
Each one of those departments was underfunded.
Okay. I'll take your word for that. I do
But,
not
and I've got.
remember it, but
we-
yeah,
we can
but I
pull it
mean, I
back
think
up.
that
It'll be a
that's,
good reference.
yeah,
point
I think
to
that's a great reference point. And then finally, after your last presentation, and in whether that was Madam Chair or Kathy, Madam Chair, you brought forth a slide that really impacted me when you kind of said, listen, Kane County is unique in that the agriculture component versus our non-ag component is really lopsided, and that we don't ever want to touch that sacred cow. But then we kind of said, so that leaves it in the non-ag, and we really don't want to give that to the residential homeowners, which then brought it back onto the businessmen. And as we go around to our individual municipalities that we serve, I met with Gilbert's, who's doing their new comprehensive plan, and their planners came forth and said, you don't understand, America has changed. This notion, Mr. Surges, of being 60 years old and this notion of you growing up and getting a job and buying a house and raising children, there's a whole wave, a whole generation out there that doesn't want to own homes, that just wants to be a renter. They don't want to do it. And he assessed that to 2008 deflated a whole bunch of young people that don't do that. And he gave recommendation and examples of all these communities that are being built as renters. Hundreds of rental units. And as I began having some of those conversations, I reached out to some of the local tax assessors and I said, who's complaining the most? And went to the village administrators, and point blank, the guys that own the apartment buildings are just getting destroyed right now. I am very concerned that we've reached a point where between the interest rate increases, the property tax increases, not from the county, but from the other entities, that we've reached that saturation level where, you know, I understand the housing market isn't going to be affected and there's not going to be a bubble correction there because there's not enough inventory. What I am concerned with is on the commercial side, people aren't going to be able to afford those anymore. And if they do, the only way they can do it is to pass along the rents in their daily operating costs. And when we start hitting 16, 18, 2,000, 2,200 a month, how is that affordable for a renter? I mean, it just, so in these economics that we're talking about, there's so many factors to look at, and to simply say it's the commercial user that's going to get hit with this. I would sure like to hear from those commercial users that are saying, yeah, you know, it's, you know, we're there. There is nothing. I mean, we're almost upside down on this. And I would just ask my colleagues here, if you're not aware of this, reach out to the people, reach out to the institution. I'm not talking about the little guys. I'm talking about the institutional components. I'm talking about, the Mark Ebachers of the world that have the corner of Randall and Route 72, and they have 400 units, so.
Mark,
Yeah.
poor Mark.
Poor Mark, but Mavis, if he goes under and there's nobody, or the rents can't be afforded.
Okay,
Sure.
I think we
Thank
may
you.
have some, is that it? So some of those which are just impacted right now, sir, we had no authority on. Senior tax freeze, that was all done on the state level. I believe that there was actually request to raise that higher for the senior tax freeze to make that level of income higher, which may be addressed next year. And if that does pass through state legislature next year, we will once again be impacted once again because it's a balloon. You shorten it up and hold it on one end, it's going to expand on other ends because of the necessary needs to provide services. So while we're a small cog in that squeeze, as we all know, 4% of the levy, the entire Kane County aggregate tax levy, it's going to get squeezed into different areas. So Ms. Chuby and then Mr. Caius.
Thank you. I have several questions. I'm going to try to ask them in the order of ease of answer. Is the RTA sales tax supposed to be restricted to what it can fund? I thought it was just judicial, public safety, or transportation.
RTA sales tax revenues can be used by state law. It can be used for transportation or public safety.
Public safety or transportation. Okay. Are we able as a municipality to be able to make interfund transfers at any time?
Yes, and we do all the time.
Okay, so if we have buckets in different things, we're still able to access that money if we need it. Okay.
Yes.
That figure of 104,405,928 that you had for our revenue, does that include the $10 million of interest that?
No, it only includes 1.6 because the general fund only, if you go to the slide with the interest, the general fund only gets 1.6.
So what are we doing with the other 9 million?
Well, most of it goes to transportation. Most of it then goes to ARPA, and it's allocated, interest earned is allocated across all the funds in the county.
Okay, so that's what made the other fund balanced budgets?
No, well, transportation has 3 property tax levies totaling about 5.3 million. They have state motor fuel tax revenue. They have county motor fuel tax revenue. They have RTA sales tax revenue. They have impact fee revenue. They have federal reimbursements. They've got permits. They have a multitude of revenue sources which keep them balanced.
So they don't need that interest?
Well, they would probably not want to give it up.
So that interest is helping them maintain a balance in their budget?
They don't need it. I mean,
need it.
it's, they are balanced without it.
Okay,
They
so
are
they have,
balanced without it.
okay. And then my next question is on your slide 14, which is that 12 up there now? The next one. Okay, on the 14, is that 14? No, that's 15, on
Hang
14.
on, hang on. Yep.
Okay.
Equity
so-
adjustments.
So you have all these equity adjustments and I see nothing on here about the state's attorney or the sheriff. You said the sheriff has already talked with you about whatever's going on in his department, but I don't see anything about the state's attorneys.
So the equity study was really done for employees that are non-bargaining unit employees. So most of the sheriff's office employees are bargaining unit employees, union employees.
Okay.
The state's attorney's office, equity increases are separate.
But we all have to pay for them. So if they're separate, why don't we know how much they're going to be and why isn't that figured into the budget?
That is figured into the budget. That
Where?
was, it's included in this, the $118 million. That slide, the equity slide was just a list of the departments who had participated in the equity study.
So where is it? It falls under the operating expenses?
Yes, it's included in that personnel salaries and wages line item.
So it's in the 73 million?
Yes,
And do we know how much was budgeted?
it's about $1 million.
$1 million.
Million and a half.
Okay, was that? Okay, I thought they asked for more than that. I'm sorry. And my last one is you have debt service as a non-reoccurring. It
Right.
is reoccurring as long as we are carrying debt. So I don't understand why that's under non-recurring.
Because it's not part of daily operations. You don't have to take out debt. It's,
We have to pay debt.
we have to pay debt. We absolutely have to pay debt. But we don't have to build a building and issue debt, which is typically when, you
That's
know,
true,
why
but we
you
already
issue-
have debt and we
Yes,
do
we
have to
do.
pay it. And I think that's the only thing we're actually obligated to pay is our debt service.
Right.
correct? It comes out of our, whether we want to pay it or not, they take it.
Yeah.
So I don't think that in this budget, which happens to be a 24 budget or even a 25 or a 26 budget, that should be listed as a non-recurring because it will be recurring throughout the 24 budget and throughout the 25 budget and the 26 budget.
Correct. It is
So-
included in the total expenses for the general fund.
It's just not being categorized as a recurring debt.
Optional. It, the payment.
Because capital is typically, you have your recurring expenses and then you have your capital expenses. So recurring and non-recurring.
And then you also have debt service.
Right.
Thank you.
And I just for the, Ms. Juby, in my understanding, in accounting, is that is an optional choice. You have an optional choice to build the multi-purpose building. That was an option for the board to take. They could have said no to that. So that's why it's an optional.
It's optional until you actually do it. And then
No,
it's mandatory.
I totally understand, but that's
We're
just.
talking
for
about two
accounting.
different things here. We're talking about, should we build something or we already did build it and it
And now the
becomes
payment,
a
yeah, there's no
a
argument.
mandated payment.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying for the way she's looking at it, it's optional.
Right. So if you think about, I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at where our budget gap is, go back. I mean, we need reserves to pay for everything, including our debt, including our salaries, including commodities,
Right.
everything, right?
But don't we then have the 53 million that we would be, if we drop down to the 3-month operating expenses, which is pretty much standard practice. I don't know why we ever considered 180 days, but if we drop down that, we have $53 million. And you said, if I got my notes correct, that we've been taking things out of that 53 million. Well, we just found that 53 million today. So how have we taken things out of that 53 million?
Well, this 11 million that we need to balance the 2024 general fund, we would be taking it out of that 53 million.
Which would then be leaving us $34.6 million more than what standard practices tell us is. a
Right,
good
which is
idea.
also going to be lower because this year we're using reserves.
So it's another.
So what you have to take out this year's reserves
Okay.
and next year's reserves. What I'm saying is we are continuing to just eat our reserves to balance our budget. We'll eventually have no reserves left.
And I don't disagree with that, but we're trying to decide whether we're going to take a full levy this year or whether we're going to take some percentage of a full levy. And I'm just trying to figure out where that extra, because it's being called excess, which it actually isn't excess, but because that's what we're calling it, where are we putting it? Where are we putting that, whatever's left over from the 34.6 million that we're subtracting our 17 million out of?
We can, those excess reserves are used to fund our capital projects and our vehicles.
Okay, so it's going into our vehicles, which already have money in there. So basically it's going into capital projects.
Yes, capital projects, meaning things like, the chiller, which broke
No, I
this
understand
past
what
summer,
capital
it cost
projects
$2
are.
million,
I
things like
understand
that.
that. So basically we're putting a large amount of money into our capital project fund.
We put in there, every year we transfer. This year is the first year in a while that we're not gonna, I have not included a transfer from the general fund, general account to capital projects. But typically every year, the general fund transfers between $4 and $6 million over to the capital projects fund. I mean, that's something I think the board has to decide. Roger is going to present a 5-year capital plan tomorrow at admin committee. Which includes all sorts of building maintenance, et cetera, type projects that need to be done across all the facilities in the county. And if there's not enough, there'll probably be somewhere around $16 million left in the capital projects fund at the end of this year. If there's not enough in there, it has to come from the reserves.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where the 34.6 million less whatever we took out of it is going to end up. This, when we're done with this year, where's it going next year?
Wherever the board decides.
So right
That's-
now it's not in anything.
It's in a reserve.
It's
It's in
reserve fund.
reserves.
It's in a reserve fund.
It's in a reserve fund. It's in 4 reserve funds.
Savings. Okay.
It's in savings.
It's in the cookie jar.
Yeah, and my recommendation to consolidate it into one reserve, excess reserve, is so that it's more clear, it's more transparent. The board can focus on that reserve when they're deciding on capital projects. And I think I talked about this before because capital projects historically come up through the various home committees and then they're approved. And, it might be a good idea for all capital projects to perhaps start in an admin committee where you have the reserve balance available to you, so you know what is available for capital projects.
Okay, yes, sir. Mr. Caius.
Moving on to, I had a question, and I think it was on page, it's the picture graph there on the map, 2019. Just for clarity, can you review that a little bit for us? If this is the impact of a proposed levy increase by township. So if it is something we do, then for clarity, it would raise, again, go over that, each one of these
You want to,
townships.
you need to read them?
Well,
I can do that.
just the overall,
What's that?
it's gonna raise the general, let's just.
Just thought it was
pick
open
nine, which is-
most of the time. I don't care either way. What do you guys
There's
want to do?
So the overall, it would increase for a property owner who is eligible for the general homestead
Yeah.
exemption, it would increase a $2.8 million levy increase would increase their property taxes by $7.05. And those eligible for a senior exemption, it would decrease their property taxes by 1.81. And this is, of course, because of two things, the value of the value has increased, and also we're adding new construction onto the rolls. And number three, I think most importantly, because the senior exemption increased dramatically to $8,000.
Okay, so theoretically, those people that can least afford it would be charged less, and those that could most afford it would be charged more for that.
Oh, so if you take a look at what is that, Rutland Township, the one in the middle? So the average homeowner, right? There's a homeowners,
I would call it a property owner,
a property owner, thank you,
property owner.
would pay $10.99 more, where if you were a senior and had that exemption, and I believe, Mr. Tepe, that's at $75,000 income now, is that accurate?
Oh, ma'am, what this is referring to is the senior exemption.
Correct, but there's a.
That's not the senior property tax freeze,
Gotcha.
okay?
Okay, this is
Which
just. the senior
which
exemption.
is separate from all of this.
Perfect, thank you. And that's your tax property freezes at 75.
Yeah.
No, that's the maximum income in
Correct,
household.
housing, correct. So this is senior, $2.13 less. And I believe this is your district, your community. Mr. Caius would be right next door, basically.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kathy, I have a question for you. I'm having a little bit of.
Microphone, please.
Microphone, yes.
I'm having a little bit of a problem understanding slide 12, which is the estimated interest earned allocation. I understand where interest earned is allocated through all of those accounts. Here is my concern, or one of my concerns and problems. In 22, it looks like the interest earned actually was a negative 3.6 million. Then in 23, this current year, you're showing a positive almost 19 million. Is that correct?
I have, so in 2022, I put final net. In
Yes.
2023, I have estimated gross. So in 2022, the county earned $6 million in interest, but we had to write it down for GAAP. You can like GAAP or not like GAAP, but for GAAP purposes, we have to mark to market. Because if that, and if you look at, the most recent treasurer's presentation from last Wednesday, it still showed that the market value was down 9 million on the investments. So we had to write down our investments for accounting purposes. It's required, it's GAAP. And the account that you write it down in is interest earned. The cash is here. So we had 6 million in interest earned and a $9 million write down. And in all of those funds, and I was working at transportation at the time, all the interest earned that I saw appear all year long was wiped away. And we ended up with negative, and it affected our fund balances. So that this happens for accounting purposes, because accounting purposes say you have to do this, because if you decided to sell your investments today based on what type of investments you have, it's estimated that you would lose actual cash, which is why for accounting purposes, and think of the banking industry, you want to value your assets at what their value is. You don't want to have them inflated. So again, this is GAAP. We have to do it. It's for our auditors would require it. It has to be done.
I understand what you're saying
Yeah.
there. And for an audit, you use accrual basis, correct?
We use for our annual audit, we have modified accrual and full accrual. And for our budget, we do modified accrual.
Okay, so your budget is modified accrual. Okay, so let's move.
Because it rolls into the audit.
Yeah. So then let's move to fiscal year 23. So what you're saying is the actual $6 million gain that we had in 22 goes into the 23 estimated gross amount. Is that correct?
So no, this is estimated gross. So if the $9 million market value loss continues and stays at 9 million under through November 30th, we will be booking 18 million in all the funds. If the market value goes down another million, then we would be reducing this 18 million by,
17.
to 17 million.
So.
And someday if the market value comes up, we reverse that 9 million.
Yeah, I understand. It's
Yeah.
if you had to sell everything,
Right.
what you would get for today, which I guess from an accounting standpoint, it's a possibility, probably not a probability.
And bankers and S&P and those people, I mean, when people are looking at, what is the capability of the county to issue debt and how much cash they have and what is it worth? These are all things that, bankers would be looking at in our financials. And that's why GAAP requires us to do this.
Yes. So I understand where you're coming from now. For 24 on that same slide, you're showing 12 million.
The
Yes.
treasurer gave us that number.
Okay, so that is what he is anticipating that we will get in 24.
Correct.
Okay, of that 12 million, and I think in fiscal year 23, what is the number he gave you that we received in interest in 23 so far?
What is the estimate that the
earned,
treasurer gave for 2023?
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay,
What
I
was in the
think it's-
budget?
I think it's about 12 million, just a guess.
Okay.
2 million. It was 2 million is in our budget. 2 million.
In
It
our
was two-
budget?
Yeah, 2 million.
No, I'm talking about the interest earned in the treasurer's office on our.
Oh, and his
reserves.
monthly reports?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why we took that number and based on his most recent reports and then just estimated where would we be by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, so I
That's
guess,
how we came up with 18 million. That's why I have unaudited on
yeah,
on there.
and I understand that. I guess my question is this. If in fact we have interest earned, whether it's 12 million or 11 million or 15 million or whatever, and we allocate it to all these different departments and areas, couldn't we as a board vote not to give for 24, 4 million to transportation, not to give ARPA back reserve money of 2.5 million?
The ARPA, I don't know if you can touch the ARPA money. It's in a separate fund.
But I mean, we're paying back into ARPA with that money, aren't we?
The ARPA money is in its own set of cash and investments. When it came into the county, it was invested separately. It's not pooled with all the other cash and investments across the county.
But this 2.5 million that is going to ARPA, is interest earned on all the monies or just their money?
Just ARPA.
Okay,
ARPA, if you recall, the county got 98 million. So it's a big part of all the cash that the county has. Yeah.
so let's take the 2.5 million out of there. So we have roughly 9.5 million. Couldn't we allocate that 9.5 million to the general fund to balance our 24 budget?
The board could do that. I would recommend against it for the reason that I don't think salaries should be funded by interest earned.
But you're.
But
going
yes,
to-
the board
but-
could make that policy.
But you're going to use reserves to fund it.
Yes.
So,
Your money goes there. Right.
It's, to me, it's not a long-term solution. It's not a long-term solution to use a good year's interest earned to fund your salaries. Because if you, couple years from now, who knows what the market brings, and then you have a bigger deficit to
well,
fund.
I agree with you on that,
Right.
Kathy. However, my concern is if we're bringing down our reserves, our savings, what does it matter if we're taking it from our savings or if we're taking it from interest earned?
You could decide that. You could absolutely decide that as a board.
If
I would
I
rather leave the reserves a little higher for future years. And use the interest earned, and then we still have, what, 30-some million in reserves left, or maybe more. I guess we'd have,
Less.
forget the exact amount, maybe 45 million in reserve. I'd rather keep the reserves there and use the interest earned this year than take money right out of the reserves that we've just taken out of our 6-month reserve to go to a 3-month reserve. So I'd rather keep the reserves. That's just my own opinion, just making.
And if I can, and Ms. Combs, I see you, if I can just make a comment, there was a letter that was sent out to the board members from our treasurer. And that was based on September 29th of just a couple weeks ago. And in that, to your point, sir, he sent this document to all of you. I don't know if you had a chance to read it. It's really quite good. Recommended budget practices from the National Advisory Council on State and Local Budgeting. Now, this document was passed by their board in 1998, right? So it's some time ago, but best practices are best practices. And what I like about his recommended best practices that he shared with us, particularly these 2 points, and I've highlighted them in yellow. And this is something I believe we really need to talk about that Mr. Leonard just brought up, is incorporate a long-term perspective when we're budgeting. So why we're talking about using reserves to fund, why we're talking about interest to fund, all that reserves are finite resources. It's a savings account. We have to save up more money to get to the reserves, right? Just like any other bank account that a homeowner or a family may have. The other one is interest rates. We've seen interest rates now are high. We've also seen interest rates go low. So that is an opportunity to have money that is wonderful for your reserves, but you can't count on it for continuing expenses. It's not a plan for long-term budgeting. And then I think we also, to everybody's point that we've had, is establish linkages to broad organizational goals. What does the county do? What do we want to do? We don't have a strategic plan that the board can go back and reflect upon. We know what our capital needs are going to be for improvements, but what do we want from the county government? 2008 was that study that was just referenced, mandated services study. We knew at that point it was underfunded. That's what was recommended, that those funds have to be shored up a little bit. But we don't really know what, in my 2 years of the budgeting, what are your goals? How do you measure your goals? What achievements do you want to have here as a county?
You're really presiding officer.
I am the presiding officer, so I will stop quiet right now. So Ms. Gums, my apologies, but I had to share that because it was so important for what you said, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Thank you for your presentation, by the way. A couple of things I'd like to highlight. One that, Madam Chair, you actually brought out too, but I think you said 13 years now. We've been at the same. Okay. I have questions about the 9% and the 6% respectively for the public safety and judicial. So the recommendation is that we combine those two. Yeah, I don't know what page it's on, but the county board has dedicated each of those to the respective funds. When we combine those two, are we then saying that, and I should preface it with, you know, we've identified that those are underfunded, just throwing that out there.
They're
Underfunded, just throwing that out there. Okay, so now we're combining these and essentially we're saying we can use that for anything now.
Well, the RTA money can only be used for public safety and transportation. It can't be used for the county clerk's office or the recorder of deeds. And since about 80% of the salaries and benefits in the general fund are for the sheriff and the state's attorney and the judiciary and the courts, we've already got 10% of the RTA sales tax going into the general fund. So this would just be moving more of it. sort of the remainder that goes unused in the public safety RTA sales tax fund and the judicial technology RTA sales tax fund. We would still budget, because what's happening, so every year, let's say $10 goes into the public safety RTA sales tax fund, but they only spend $6. Okay, so there's $4 left over. We could have used that $4 in the general fund.
And do we know why that 4 is there?
I think initially, so there used to be a fifth fund back in the day when the county first started receiving RTA sales tax money. And these percentages have changed over the years. A big chunk of the judicial technology, the reason why it was sort of set aside, if you look back at the history, is when they were implementing the brand new Odyssey Tyler Technologies court management system, because back in the day, there was like $6 million annual expenditures coming out of that fund to implement that new court management software. So now there's just a lot of just the software maintenance, upkeep, the annual subscriptions. Clearly, at some point, they'll need an upgrade, right? Every software system needs an upgrade.
Sure.
But that would be budgeted for.
Okay, I just want to be clear on it though, because I'm hearing the unused, but there's a reason why those monies are unused, in my opinion. We've identified them as being dedicated funds, and we're saying they're underfunded. So my concern, as you may understand, is what happens when we use it for something maybe we shouldn't.
No, it will be used. We have plenty of public safety expenses in the general fund. I mean, if you look at that, there's only 2.2 million going into that public safety RTA sales tax fund, which has been primarily used for sheriff's vehicles and for software. And the judicial technology fund is essentially software. And also that public safety, they transferred $3.8 million over a 6-year period back into the general fund anyway. They were transferring about 400,000 every year. So might as well just all have it in the general fund.
I will have some more follow-up questions with you on that,
Yep.
but not right now. Also, I think it's very important that you identified this federal money that we've been using for the last 4 years. Without that federal money, we'd be broke. I mean, like, hello. So that's extremely important for everybody to pay attention to. We've been balancing our budget with federal money, a windfall of money. So those are federal dollars. They're not sustainable. They got to be spent by 26, right? Done. I think that's an important thing to talk about. Also, I feel like sometimes I'm in a twilight zone when I take one hat off and put on the other hat, because we had some individuals come before us in the previous meeting talking about how proud they were of us for, increasing the taxes on the forest preserve side. That consistently is the case, and we just did that in the previous meeting. And now I'm hearing with your projections, like it just feels like the twilight zone to me in this room, because we just took a vote in a previous meeting to raise taxes. And now we're in a whole nother arena that we've identified. We don't have all these revenue sources. And I just feel like I'm in the twilight zone and sitting with a whole bunch of different people. And I guess that's not a question for you. That's just the presentation that you're giving us is identifying some serious issues, long standing issues that have not been addressed, continue to not be addressed. And the forecast is, from what I'm hearing, is not great unless we keep using wishful thinking. So I kind of want to bring that to everybody's attention. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here, but am I in a different room? Think about those things, please, when you're, 9:45, we had a meeting and y'all were like, yeah, let's raise taxes. Woo. And now we're like, can't do it. So I'm just throwing that out to you, because we have a big problem on this side of the table.
And just on the, so this is the third year in a row of the same message, because last year's budget, so the 2023 budget, the year that we're in, my predecessor had recommended a lot of the similar things that I'm recommending. And the budget was passed for the general fund using $16.6 million of reserves. So this is just, we're continuing. This isn't new.
And my father would scold me if I kept using my savings account. I mean, that's, and it sucks. Nobody wants to talk about taxes. Everybody here is like ticked off because we got to talk about it. But it's what we do. We talk about taxes. And if we can't have that candid conversation, then we're never going to get to where we need to be. And, I might not be the popular person here when I talk about taxes, but at least I'm telling the truth. The truth is our bills went up too. I wrote notes down here. You said our electric, our fuel, our gas, our supplies, that's all gone up for the Kane County as well. Plus we've got people that are leaving us for salaries that are, 40% more in other counties. That's reality. That I'm not making that up. People are leaving us, and it's okay to tell the truth. It's scary and people are going to get pissed off. But when they look at this little chart and they say, my gosh, I got to pay $15 more. Yeah, that might hurt somebody, but that's the truth. We message it horribly. We're really bad at telling people that. And I think it's really, I'm not a budget queen here, but if we just told them the simple truths about where we are and where we need to be and how we're losing people and how does that affect them? How does that affect them? In our state's attorney's office, I know I'm kind of on a rant here, but how does that affect the people that are voicing these concerns? Well, I've said this out loud before, and bear with me, please, Madam Chair, if you grant me the grace. I'm going to tell this story about this. 2 minutes. If you are the victim of a crime here in Kane County, and let's say it's a battery of some sort. And, they find the bad guy and they catch the bad guy. And then the officer calls the state's attorney's office and they say, we need approval for your charges. And they say, absolutely, Deputy Gumbs, here's charges for battery. Okay. But then I deputized myself. I'm getting 2.5 minutes now. So we've got that through that process. Everything's going through the judicial system. And we realize that probably should have been an aggravated battery because the victim was 75 years old. Now, I'm not blaming our younger state's attorneys, but we need great, experienced people giving the best services that are available to the residents of the best county in the state. And if we can't provide that, then we're shortchanging them. And that is what's happening. And that's a real conversation. And I'm done with my 2.5 minutes. I said the same thing last year. And I do love you all, David Young. So just throwing that out there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Doherty, you're next.
Oh, thanks. I'm quick. Kathy, I just don't understand. It says that we fund the sheriff's vehicles to 1.7 million and they only spend half of that. So are we overfunding it by 200% or am I misreading something?
No, the current balance in the sheriff's vehicle fund is
1.7 million.
1.7 million, and about 650-ish is spent every year.
So we're overfunding it by 200%. 100%.
You could say it's overfunded, sure, or you could say that they're saving up for more cars for future years.
Or another type of vehicle.
I think people are always worried about sheriff's vehicles, which is why there's a separate fund.
And it's not just cars or other special vehicles that the sheriff department has and needs from time to time that need to be purchased. Yes, sir.
I have one quick question. You mentioned for the David Young, you'd mentioned for the heart equipment, the election equipment. For some reason, I thought that was coming out of ARPA, but in the resolution for the Public Service Committee, it mentions transfer to Fund 500, transfer from Fund 357.
Right, so we took the money out of the COVID payroll reimbursement fund, which is just one of our reserves, and moved it to capital projects to pay for the election equipment. So that fund that's called the COVID payroll reimbursement fund, it's one of my pet peeves. It has nothing to do with COVID. It represents the savings that our general fund achieved because we used federal money to pay for our salaries. So we saved money. So we just moved it. We moved it aside and it was just additional reserves that were created because we used ARPA money to pay for our sheriff's salaries. So we just created a new account just literally 2 years ago called COVID payroll reimbursement because we wanted to isolate the savings that we achieved because we used ARPA money.
Right.
So it's actually, it's not ARPA money at all.
So that's
It's
Fund
just
500.
more reserves. It's just more reserves.
So
But but
That's the Fund 500.
the capital projects fund is Fund 500. The COVID payroll reimbursement fund number is 357.
Okay.
So we just moved money out of that into the capital projects fund because the capital projects fund budget for 2023 didn't have enough money in it to pay for the election equipment based on what all the other projects that were budgeted for this year.
All right, it's a little after, it's about 6 after 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Just,
We've had,
mine will be brief. There's been so many topics, lots of excellent points. Making a reference to the Twilight Zone, despite the encouragement of our colleague, Mr. Young, to love one another and get along, we're not that great at, you know, human to human. If you have somebody that's gonna turn left in front of you and doesn't get through on the arrow, you're gonna honk and be upset. But baby ducks are crossing the road, they could take half a day and you'll be all right. So we could all do better on that.
Mark,
To-
I
to
love
Bill-
you. I
To Bill's point, I'd rather use the interest money instead of the reserves, because it's a double-edged sword. When you take the reserves down, you're gonna earn less interest. Is it a great way to use money for ongoing expense? No. And then back to Deputy Gums, because we really fail to message properly that we run a business and our cost of goods sold or our services or whatever you want to call it, our expenses have gone up. And there's an expectation of the people that live here in Kane County that we will continue to do the fine job that's been done for years that makes people want to live in Kane County. So we're talking in circles here. We're not collecting enough to continue to provide all that we provide. And I would argue to you that we are the best value on that bill. Once again, Mr. Armstrong and his little representation really boiled it down because he separated it from all of the other line items in there. And people come in here sometimes now and they're beginning to pick up on the idea that, oh, the biggest part of that bill is schools. But then they go right back into the complaint to us about, you know, you need to cut and you need to fix this. And why aren't you fixing our bills? Because at 4 cents on the dollar, we can't fix the bill for everybody. We are a great value. We do a great job and we're doing it with a very limited number of dollars. The ship's sinking. We've gone to reserves. We can only do that for so long. So yeah, at some point, the ugly conversation is about taxes. But if we could just carve out the part that's really just us and not the whole bill, we're not really the ones that are the problem, folks.
right, thank you. Great way. I think we're all good. All right, thank you. So now let's go on to the rest of our, Kathy, well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, Mr. Van Kerkhoff, I believe we're on to ordinances. Mr. Ford. We have a couple of our speakers who will be, I believe, addressing us.
Usually at this point, Madam Chair, I say good morning, but it is good afternoon. I motion for petition 4613. The petitioner is Robert Conroe, And this is for solar farm.
Caius would second.
I do have one thing I gotta bring forward, sorry.
Moved it.
But I wouldn't finish. So there's a stipulation that they're being requested by the KDOT and by SAO for replacement, and that is to replace the dedication conditions to the proposed special use is approved contingent upon compliance with the plat of survey and site plan attached to petition 416. Deviation from the site plan incorporated in petition 4613 requires approval, excuse me, in compliance with Kane County zoning ordinance, including but not limited to section 25-4-8-3.
Caius would still second.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Ford, is this a amendment to the petition as
It's to,
submitted?
well, it's to the part, yes, because it's to the stipulations that was in zoning, from the zoning board.
That in our documents?
I think it's in the packet, I think.
I believe it's to replace item 10 in the.
Yeah, let's
conditions.
replace item 10 in the
There's not a
stipulations.
need to dedicate the
Alright.
right of way, so.
What town is
Be a motion to amend your previous motion to add item 10. Or substitute item 10.
It's a substitute, right? To stipulation number 10.
Can you just say that again, Ron?
Yeah, could you repeat that, please?
So under the stipulations, number 10, they're asking to take that out and replace it to what I read earlier. I think everybody had it. Oh,
That part.
the proposed special use is approved contingent upon compliance with the plan of survey and site plan attached to petition 4613. Deviation from the site plan incorporated to petition 4613 requires approval in compliance with Kane County zoning ordinance, including but not limited to section 25-4-8-3. In other words, they got to have a approved plat of survey.
So may
Yes,
I
yes,
ask a follow- So does that mean that
please.
has to be included in this packet for us to approve it? Because I don't see that.
No, that this is a
Amendment.
floor amendment.
This is a floor amendment.
Yes.
This is an amendment
Right,
that's on the
but
floor.
if we're asking them to include something and we pass that amendment, then if it's not included in this packet, do we have to postpone this vote
No.
then?
No, here.
No, you can amend the subject matter of this is Shepro State's Attorney's Office. The subject matter is on the agenda. So this would be within the purview to, add or subtract conditions and move forward. I would suggest also in the interest of time, if Mr. Caius is in agreement, that perhaps the motion should be simply to submit the original item with the substitution included in that motion.
That's exactly what I meant to say.
Agreed.
Because you are in agreement with that.
I do
yeah.
not. David Young, I've got a question, please.
Sure.
On our packet, I'm looking at it. What page is it on our?
Number
packet?
5.
Five?
Time. What's time?
David, it's 27.
Page 5 or 27?
27
Ah,
online,
this right
page
here.
5 here.
Yeah, it's number 5.
Page.
Okay, I got it. I'm on page 5. Okay.
Madam Chair and members of the board, good afternoon. This is Jeremy Price with the project, here to answer any questions you may have. My understanding of the substitution is simply that the approval of the layout is what's binding, and any modifications from there would need to be approved through development committee or otherwise.
I think what we're doing is following our own ordinance.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Where's this located?
It's in Mr. Williams' district.
It's my district. It's north of 20, adjacent to, I think, Mr. Doherty's district as well, but I've heard nothing from any residents opposing it.
20 and 47.
Question.
Yeah, your people are okay with it?
No, just him. That I know of.
You can ask.
Yes, you can ask.
Are there any speakers to speak to this? Here, I don't see any online. Okay,
Madam Chair, can you hear me okay?
yes, very, very much so.
Perfect. Speakers from the petitioner or for or against?
Either for or against.
Perfect. No further comments from me. We appreciate the comments provided from the ZBA, staff's work in reviewing this report, application, as well as development committee. So again, here to answer any questions that there may be.
Yes, yes, sir.
I have a question about the solar panels. I have a couple questions. I mean, there's a lot of these solar panel projects going on in Kane County. I'd love to have a US manufacturer provide these solar panels or the switchgear. Is the solar panel company that manufactures these solar panels and switchgear out of China, like the rest of them are being installed in Kane County?
It is a good question. I think the same comments came up during the ZBA hearing. It's a pretty complicated landscape at the moment with the IRA and some of the requirements there. As to the specific panels for this project, they have not been procured yet, so I can't say definitively. However, there is a lot of local production that's happening now and in the future. So we are optimistic that in the future, we're able to source these materials more locally than currently.
Okay, I don't think that's true. My other question, they're not going to manufacture solar panels in the United States. They just aren't.
There are three facilities, one of a prior employer I worked with that is being designed and built. So we are optimistic that becomes a reality.
Okay. How, and as everyone knows, these solar panels are good for 20 years roughly. And after 20 years, they have to be replaced. How do you plan on recycling these solar panels in the future?
So we have identified salvage markets where all recyclable material from these panels will be resourced and repurposed into either new panels or other material streams. We do not intend to landfill these as best we can.
What kind of recycling? What about the stuff that's not recyclable, like the thin film silica? What are you going to do with that? How are you going to get that out of? How are you going to get that out of the? Because that's the most dangerous part of these solar panels.
So the silica itself is a natural occurring element.
The thin film, I guess specifically the thin film that's on top of these solar panels. This is an issue that I've had with all these solar panels. That actually, the removal of that thin film has to be done with either heat or chemicals or some type of crushing method. And we had a presentation done on the Environmental and Energy Committee about some of these processes haven't even been perfected. But so you, to the best of your ability, don't know how that's going to be recycled in 20 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. Again, identifying all salvage markets where we can and maximizing the upcycling or transfer of that material.
You know, see, the whole issue with these solar panels is that,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is a point of order.
Yes.
I'm thinking we're getting beyond the reasonable scope of what we're arguing today and getting into more principled things.
no, not really, because
With
when you
respect,
Oh, we've got Mr. Doherty online, and I understand your concern about 20 years future recycling needs for these panels. It is a concern that will be not just here for Kane County and not for this particular property, but it'll happen 20, 25 years when we'll taking a look at the solar panels, what's going to be happening to them. I believe Ms. Bates had her hand up that could address some of your questions.
Yes, thank you.
alleviate your concerns, and then
Um,
Mr. Doherty has a comment as well.
I think, actually the panels should last 25 years. They're guaranteed for 25 years, which gives us 25 years to develop the technology to recycle these materials into the future. There's always leaps and bounds in technology. And with climate change going much faster than that, we really can't wait those 25 years to figure out how to recycle a panel. The climate deniers tend to
Madam Chair, point of order.
Okay.
Point
thank
of
you.
order. Yes, we.
Point of order. I believe we're going way beyond what our
Correct.
respect here. We're
Okay.
approving a not a process. We're
Okay,
approving.
thank
tonight.
you, thank you, thank you, sir. No,
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Doherty, I'll recognize you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to, actually was going to say what Ms. Bates was saying. We have no clue how things are going to be in 25 years. And to ask the petitioner to know that is completely unrealistic. Please, let's get some business done.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Here, here.
Thank you. All right, thank you all for your questions. Are there any other questions? Okay, I believe we're ready to call the question. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay. For petition 4613 with the stipulation, the new stipulation of number 10, right? Okay, as read by Mr. Ford. Allen,
Aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
That was yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Mr. Iqbal, did you arrive? Juby,
QBI.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Yes,
Caius,
yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Yes.
Strathman,
Bethman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver. He's gone. Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young,
No.
still passes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That settles that. Is there any new business? Yes, sir. Mr. Young.
David Young. I just wanted to bring out that over the past couple of weeks, there has been an agreement from Chicago, the city of Chicago, to a company called Garda World. And I don't know if everyone's familiar with this or not, but Garda World is a company that's going to be building tent cities for the migrants that are in Chicago right now. And that is, there's a plan for these tent cities to be moved out to collar counties, including Kane County. And these, I'm going to call them tent cities for now. They're going to cost, they're going to be like 600 to 1,200 people per space. And I know that, I think last week Elgin took $1 million to help fund one of these
No, that's not it.
projects.
No.
Well, whatever they took, but anyway, I want to make sure that it was in the paper that Garda World is doing this, and they are going to be contracting. It was a $29 million contract. And they are going to be doing this for the city of Chicago and for the migrants that are in there right now. They want to get them out of the police stations and, wherever they're being housed right now, and schools. And I'm sure you've seen all of the people in Chicago. They don't want them in the abandoned school anymore. They want them out. So this is the solution. And Governor Pritzker is actually asking the collar counties to do and to participate. That's all the detail I have right now, but I wanted to bring this as new business and that it will be coming. We will need to discuss this.
I have some knowledge on that, but Ms. Gums, please.
Yeah, no, I agree. We're gonna have to have a conversation about that. I just wanted to add one thing, the caveat being that the necessity is for refugees, evacuees, and veterans.
That's not what the article
if I-
said about
if I-
guardrails.
Is really off the.
Yeah, this is off agenda, but I do have knowledge on this. I've done some research on this topic, so we can discuss this at a later date.
Nope, thank you. I just wanted to bring it underneath
you.
new business I had. Wasn't sure people.
Okay,
knew that.
thank you, Mr. Young. Is anybody else with new business? Not at all? Okay, very good. There are no appointments. Are there any committee updates? None? Okay, all righty, you ready? Ready to get to work? Onto the consent agenda. Would anybody like to pull an item off of the consent agenda?
Has to come off, Madam Chair, and that's,
Sorry.
that is.
Microphone?
Just say no.
Sorry. The reorganization. It was uh 23-391. There was an issue at exec that needs to be off consent and taken up separately.
We have our board members like to move that.
Sanchez,
Oh,
Lewis.
Lewis, a second. Okay, second. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Do we need a second?
Sanchez. 23, it's under county.
And one.
91.
If somebody has to remove it, that's it.
And point of information, Mr. Shepherd, can you state the reason why it needs to be removed?
Yes, this, if you recall, Mr. Ford was not present at executive committee and Mr. Williams presented it, which seems like it would be a legitimate idea. Unfortunately, under the current rules of order, Mr. Williams was not a member of the committee and therefore didn't have the ability. We are working on an amendment for the future that would cover the problem of what happens if the chair can't be there. But our best advice is that given that it's a reorganization, that it was added separately to the agenda and should be moved again off consent.
Thank you for the clarification.
Further clarification, Mr. Williams is not a member of the executive.
Executive committee, yes.
Where Mr. Ford was, you were acting as a surrogate capacity.
I'm vice chair of the development committee, so I was asked to
Right.
attend and
Correct.
Right.
discuss it.
Thank you. But we're just pulling it off agenda for right now. To discuss, is there another item that you'd like to have pulled off the consent? Yes, sir.
23-385.
Anybody else? No one online? Oh, Mr. Doherty, you had your hand up?
Yeah, 23-390. 23-417.
Okay, hold on, please. Goes a little slower, so I can mark it all down.
Okay.
What was the next one after 390?
417.
Okay.
And
Anything else?
418 and 419.
18 and 419? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else? Mr. Young again?
23-386.
Very good. Anybody else? All righty. All done. May I please have a motion and a second to approve the following items except for item number 23-385, 23-386, 3-390, 23-391, 23-417, 23-418, 23-419,
So moved by Davis.
Gumsel second.
Thank you. That, hearing nothing else, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yeah.
Doherty,
Pretty yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Do yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges, Tepe,
Epi, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young. That passes.
Very good. Thank you all. All righty. May I please have a motion and a second to possibly approve item number 23385?
Sanchez moves.
Second.
Thank you both. Mr. Young.
I had a question about this, and it was brought up at one of the speakers where they were talking about the contact tracing program that would be used to access the buildings, and it just struck a chord with me. And in the exhibit A of the packet, B1, it says track and trace. Modern access control systems often include features that allow administrators to track who enters and exits specific areas and at what times. This data will be valuable for contact tracing efforts in case of a COVID-19 exposure. If someone who tested positive for the virus has accessed a particular location, the county will be capable of identifying potential contacts and take appropriate measures to mitigate the spread. So I guess what I'm calling out here is that I personally don't like the whole contact tracing aspect and how now we're going to have the Kane County or someone start following people around and then contacting others that have possibly been in touch with that individual. And the question is, how is all this going to get done? You know, how are they going to know if someone in the audience here is, that they haven't signed in or they don't know their name? I mean, and one of us potentially has COVID-19, they're going to be able to get their information somehow through the phone or a tracking system. But I think this is starting to just, you're really infringing on people's privacy when you start talking about having contact tracing like this. And I personally have a problem with it. The other issue I've got is that this is going to cost $700,000. That's the cost of this. $700,000. What do you get for $700,000? I don't know. And then also, I know that it mentions in this resolution, it mentions door locks and key passes and that sort of thing. But that's not going to end up $700,000. I don't know. And what buildings are they going to be at? So those are questions that I've got about this. And I'm obviously going to oppose it because I just don't. I think we're infringing on people's privacy when you start enabling this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, Dr. Silva. I really understand that folks there is fear and there's fear of government, and I think it's a substantial fear and I think it's a real fear. So I think the words of Ronald Reagan come to mind is trust but verify. And I think that's what we're trying to do when we object to certain things. And I like to see this because I like to see community involvement and folks have caught things that I haven't caught. So this is good to see. But I guess I would offer, I understand the loss of privacy and I take that. I think that's a very important point. But I would also like to offer that this could offer security and safety for our staff.
And so in that aspect, I think that's very important because we do have staff, we ourselves as a county board committee have felt sometimes unsafe in later years. But I think there's been many instances where our staff has felt that many times before. So we're feeling it now, but I feel they've felt it a long time ago. I know that, I forget specifics, but a gentleman walked in off the street and into the ladies' restroom a few years back, if I remember correctly. So to me, it's more of a safety issue than contact tracing. I think it has to be tied because of the funds that we're using. It has to be tied somehow, but in terms of safety, I think something like this could be very important.
Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, again, this mentions contact tracing because that is relevant to the final rule of the ARPA program, State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, which we utilize for these projects. But this isn't directly contact tracing of any kind. Most of us here, I think all of us have a little key card that gets us into certain buildings, certain rooms back here up front. Every time you scan your card there, it's tracked. It goes into a database. We can see that. What this project is going to do is update our key lock system for the whole county. So it's not just for this building, for judicial, it's countywide. And it is an eligible expense under ARPA, which is why we're recommending that we pass this at this time. I know Director Fonstock is here, who I believe is the project lead on this to answer perhaps more specific questions. But in any case, this isn't directly a contact tracing program. We have actually ramped down our COVID contact tracing because we're not any longer mandated to do it. So now we do the normal contact tracing at the health department that we've always done. Obviously, part of this is contemplating the possibility of another pandemic, which is something that ARPA contemplates. So again, this isn't contact tracing. This isn't going to be invasively tracking people and invading their privacy or leading to any kinds of those outcomes that some people are concerned with. This really is more of an not a capital component, but it's our buildings. This is something that we need because of the pandemic, and it's an eligible expense. So again, it's not contact tracing.
We had another question.
Roth here. David had a question on the cost. I've actually installed access control systems. You have to put an electric lock on every door, and 5 years ago, that was $500 a piece, and I'm willing to bet it's closer to $1,000. We're very inconsistent on our security across the county. Just in this building alone, we have some doors that aren't locked at all, some that are keyed, some are padlocked, and some access control. And that different levels of security is actually a trouble. The whole idea where they capture when it's used, it's for security purposes. It's in a file. No one is reading that unless there's an issue, because otherwise you do violate privacy concern. And there are laws in place that someone can't look at and say, oh, bill came in at 9 p.m. Unless there's an issue with that door, that there was some theft or some damage, you're not allowed to do that and then go back to a person and say, why did you come at 9? And I think the state's attorney could talk to more about privacy law on that than I'm far from an expert on that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Mr. Young again.
Okay, I'll just read this. It says, this data, this is in the resolution. This data will be valuable for contact tracing efforts in case a COVID-19 exposure occurs. So it's contact tracing. I mean, yeah, I mean, you guys are saying that we're only going to use these for door locks and fine, but then they should have just taken the whole contact tracing out of that resolution. I mean, if there's a COVID-19, the next COVID-19 that hits, the next pandemic that hits, this will be used. And we are going to sign up for it because we want to take the money. And I disagree with it. So that Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One
Yeah.
more comment, Madam Chair. Thank you. We did utilize data for contact tracing, I believe, in the courts and other buildings in the county during the pandemic, during the emergency response. So this isn't contemplating a new kind of program here at the county. And considering that this and 6 others were pulled by board members for discussion, and it's almost 2:00 today, I would recommend to my fellow board members that before we get to county board, to please attend either the committee meetings leading up to these meetings today, or to go back on YouTube and watch them, read the agenda packets, the resolutions and the attachments, and perhaps ask questions of the committee chair and the relevant project leads before we get to this point, because it can save us a lot of time and conversation that seems to be unnecessary. Thank you.
All right. I think we've had everything.
Just one quick question.
Sir.
Does that need to be in the resolution? That we need, saying contact tracing, could that be removed?
It's relevant because it's a justification underneath the rules of ARPA.
So ARPA requires for spending that it
We
has
can-
something related to the
Yeah, it has to be
pandemic.
related to the pandemic. We could
That's
remove
fine.
that, but we have to have some justification that ties it. And that makes it eligible.
Okay, and that's why I
Thank you.
asked. Thank you.
That is awarded through ARPA has to have that qualification.
Okay, that's why I
Or
asked.
Something's very similar in language. All right, with no other questions, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Excuse me.
Ellen, I.
Oh,
Point of
What?
order.
point, yes, Mr. Doherty.
Yes, thank you. The $700 notwithstanding, excuse me,
Yes, everyone's listening, sir.
we're spending and we're putting this in here and pretending like the next pandemic is going to be just like this one. So all we have to do is prepare for the last pandemic and everything's going to be fine. Well, that's a ridiculous fool's errand. The next pandemic could be completely different and have nothing to do with the way that COVID-19 was transmitted. So to try and pre-plan for a once in 100-year event and think you know what you're doing, you're just spinning your wheels. If there's money to be used, let's use it properly, not plan for last year's event. Thank you.
Those comments. Now, are we ready to take the vote? Let's go.
okay. Ellen,
Alan, still I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Doherty?
Nope.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Just for clarity, this is 23,386.
385.
385.
Sorry. Yes.
Juby,
To be I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Tepe,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young,
Young, no.
passes.
Okay.
Three nays.
Good. May I please have a motion and a second to possibly approve item number 23-386?
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Westwood second.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. Mr. Young.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez is going to be mad at me because I'm asking this question and I didn't go back, and I'll do that in the future. Because I'm sure this would answer the question. And if you look at 23,386, it's essentially they're calling 20 companies, lighthouse companies are going to receive $30,000 each for funds. I forget what that is called, fiscal recovery funds. Who's going to contact these companies? And maybe Mr. Sanchez can answer this, but who's contacting these companies? Are there 20 companies going to be contacting Kane County to access this $30,000? And I just, who are they going to contact here at the Kane County to access this $30,000 each? I just wanted to know how that mechanism is going to work. And I didn't see that in the packet.
We'll be working with IMEC, Illinois Manufacturing Excellence Center. And they will be essentially managing this program, this project with us. Mhm.
Okay, I read, I read that IMAC. I just wasn't sure,
Yeah.
but I guess they are going to be. So will the individual Kane County companies contact IMEC directly, and how will anyone know that these funds are even available?
Through that resource, through that network.
Okay, so
manufacturing.
like a manufacturers association, there's several manufacturers that belong to certain organizations. And so I imagine that those organizations will be contacted by IMEC
Yes.
directly. And maybe I'll contact IMEC, because this is some kind of the jobs committee meeting. Maybe we could help facilitate
Yes,
that.
and I would recommend after the meeting, following up with Mr. Van Kerkhoff, Director Van Kerkhoff, who is the project lead on this
Okay.
one. So he'll be able to go into more details and give you a little more time to discuss that
Okay.
outside of the meeting.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other questions on this? It's part of our economic development plan with this. Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
It's yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
No.
Davis,
That was yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Juby,
BI.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Lena, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Tepe,
Pepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, no.
Passes.
Just got before we begin with the next one, may I have your permission to allow Mr. Tarver to join us via Zoom? No objections. Very good. Mr. Tarver, you are welcomed on board.
Thank you.
So the next one is item number 23-390, Mr. Doherty.
Yeah, moved.
Seconds.
I'll move the, move 23-390.
Oh, I thought he
Already
moved it.
moved.
But
Sanchez
thank you.
seconded.
Sanchez seconds.
seconds, okay.
Okay, very good. All right.
Is it still?
Gary, did you have any questions on this?
Nope, voting no.
You're voting no. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions on this item? It was pulled from. No, yes, sir.
Roth here. I brought this concern up last month regarding E&Y. And we keep saying we're gonna trim down what they're spending, but I haven't seen any plan put out yet. Last year we spent over $1 million. Why, I know some of that was needed, but we didn't need to be paying E&Y, like $200 an hour to input into Excel sheets. And that's the part I think we need to lower. And I know we're trying to hire 2 additional people and we need to get them hired. But I'd like us to, at least not today, come up with a plan that will say, here's our goal for budget purposes.
Any other comments?
Because I don't want to spend another $1 million.
Any other comments on this? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
I'm sorry, who moved this resolution?
Tepe and
Tepe did,
Sanchez.
okay. Just wanna make sure, Sanchez second, I know, right? Okay, for the vote, 390. Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
It's yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Nope.
Davis,
That was yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Juby,
BI.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Melina,
Melina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
It passes.
There's one no, correct?
One no.
All right. May I have a motion and a second to potentially approve item number 23-391?
Linda moves them.
Seconds. And I would, any
Madam Chair.
discussion on this? Yes.
I think
It
just
was
the
pulled.
reason this was pulled is just so that Mr. Ford can present it because of a technicality. Is that accurate, Mr. Shepro?
Yes, Shepro, I believe it was, actually passed unanimously at exec.
With it, if I may add to that, with an amendment that is going to be happening to this. It's financial adjustment to this,
Mhm.
to the amount. Right now appropriation amount $115,000.
137.
The 137 you're at.
Madam Chair, who's making that?
I'll make the amendment.
You're gonna make, okay, could you make the amendment, please,
Yes.
to
I'd like to make an amendment to adjust this to $103,000. And the reason being that I would like to take out the salary of Scott Berger.
it is, the executive committee has the authority, no matter what the funding source, to approve pay raises for its directors. The director cannot approve their own pay raise. That is the purview of the executive committee. So in this, we are going to be presenting to you at the next executive committee, no matter what the funding source is. All of the suggested compensation increases for our directors, department head directors. And you can pass them up or down as you feel appropriate. The compensation for all of the employees within that department, this is what this is going to approve. We're just removing Scott Berger.
So we remove, Madam Chair,
Yes,
we're removing it to put it back in at a different date. They'll
it's just his.
Okay. So
What is the 137?
So then somebody needs to make an amendment.
That's what you were doing.
But not including
did that.
Berger's salary?
They did that.
oh, we had a order. So we're moving to put it back at a different date. This is a total different budget because these salaries are based on,
Special revenue funds. That's correct.
well, grants.
Special revenue fund. It's a
Yeah,
grant.
they based on grants. The other ones are based on our general budget. So I don't see how we mix this back in with the general budget. This is, if we taking this out, put it back in, I don't understand why we're not doing it now. I don't, doesn't quite.
Yes, Mr. Connors.
Yeah, my question is along those lines. Is this required by the state's attorney? Is this suggested by the state's attorney that we do it this way, or is there, this is just a policy? So if we do what we do today, will it change any of the policy?
Look, Code of Ordinances requires that the salaries of the executive directors are set by the executive committee. Separate.
Didn't they do that?
Point of information, didn't we do that when we passed this resolution at the Wednesday meeting last week? It was agreed upon based on this resolution that the director's salary was included. I guess before we go further into it, I want to make sure we're not tying the line of personnel questioning and we need to go into an executive session for it. But
Because of the issue with Mr. Williams.
no,
which
no,
is not his fault.
my question is, Madam Chair is saying that this needs to be brought up to the executive committee, but it was passed unanimously by the executive committee already. So if this is a personnel matter, we need to go into executive session to discuss it if there's any concerns. Otherwise, it looks like it's something that's already been discussed and passed in executive session and during our executive committee.
Shepro, the matter was not properly before the executive committee.
Well, based on your recommendation, it was asked of a state's attorney if it was okay to be moved and seconded. Mr. Williams made the motion. Had it been told that he didn't make the motion, we would have moved it. Somebody else would have, but it's not based on the committee's recommendation. The committee recommended this to be moved unanimously. So I think we need to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters. If we're going to go further into a personal employment.
Frank,
Yes.
SAO, that's fine. If you want to go into executive session, we can do that. We can set this back to after executive session.
So let's move.
Okay.
Agreement to move this item after we get through all the other items of consent to go to executive session. And I believe we need to take a roll call on that. So may I have a motion to,
Roth, a motion to go into executive session.
No.
Later,
Objection. You're just
without
moving.
objection?
without objection.
Okay, please, we have many voices here. Yes, sir.
Take the motion when it's time to go into executive session. So you don't need to do anything other than move
Right.
past this to go for a later period of time.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Without objection, it's just moved to the end of the agenda.
All right, very good. Thank you all. And I think we'll provide some clarity for you, Ms. Molina, on that meeting. Okay, next one. I have a motion and a second to potentially approve item number 23-417.
Council moves it.
I'm sorry, who? Ms. Gums, was that you? And
Yeah,
who
Leonard.
second?
Leonard.
Leonard. Mr. Doherty, this was yours?
I just had a quick question. Did this X-ray machine have any other uses or just, is it a single use? So like, are there other things it could be used for to benefit the county?
Your teeth, maybe?
Hey, Sheriff Haynes on the phone here. I can answer that. First of all, I want to congratulate you guys on your endurance on the length of this meeting. That's pretty impressive. So the bomb squad gets deployed probably the most out of all of our specialty units. This really protects my bomb squad members from having to manipulate any sort of device that could be considered suspicious from a distance. And they will share it with our drug investigation team. Other than that, it's just used for, examining objects. I'm not sure what the question was pertaining to any other usage, but hopefully I answered your question.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Doherty?
I was just trying to figure out if there was additional benefits that could be garnered from it as opposed to just on the occasion when you need to X-ray a bomb.
Yeah, I mean, they use this device 2 or 3 times a week, the one that we have now. And this upgraded device will allow us, because they get deployed so much, to be able to, use it on one call while another part of the team can be using it in another part of the county or region on another device. So the biggest benefit is keeping my bomb squad members' fingers and bodies intact.
It would be enough, I think.
Yes,
with a quick
yes, Ms. Gums.
I'm just, maybe Mr. Doherty, you're not asking what, I don't know. Do you have something specific you want X-rayed? My friend?
With my health reasons, I glow already, so I don't need more X-rays. I just wondering if there was, I can't believe that they're using it every day. So I wondered if there was additional uses that we could get some benefit out of it. That's all.
If Gums, if I can just really quick, and Sheriff, maybe you can add on here, but it's not just the sheriff that uses this. I mean, we are called out by other agencies to utilize this on a regular. That's throughout the county. Sheriff, if you could confirm.
Yeah, absolutely. So it says on the resolution or the executive summary that they're used a minimum of, or conservatively considering 100 times a year. It's really well above and beyond that. And we do support not just all the municipalities in Kane County. We're one of only 9 bomb squads in the entire state. So we're supporting other agencies to the north, west, and south of us with this device.
Okay, thanks.
All righty. Any other questions on this? Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
yes.
Doherty,
Jordy is.
Davis,
Yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Chuby.
Leaving this thinking. Oh, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Hayes,
Guys, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Lena, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez just left. Silva,
Yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Debbie,
Definitely yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Passes.
Passes, very good. May I have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-418?
Bates moves.
Ms. Bates, second.
Caius.
Thank you, Mr.
These be
Caius.
taken together.
So one at a time, please.
Tried.
Gary?
Well, they are the same issue. It's interesting that I had written these down even before we had speakers on these today. The fact of the matter is that hybrid technology is antiquated and very, very expensive. You're actually paying for two operating systems in the vehicle. You're a gas engine and a battery electric motor. So you're wasting money. And I know it sounds like feeling good when we say, hey, look cool, it's a hybrid. In fact, we're not. They don't save that much money. And the batteries are so small, they're good for 10 miles. And it's a waste. So I'm voting no on these. We got to get our game together, not just pretend like we're doing something.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Any other comments?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, Ford.
Hold
Oh.
on, Mr. Ford, Mr. Bates. had
Yeah,
her hand up first.
I'm all in agreement with Mr. Doherty, but I don't think these vehicles are available in a all electric version yet.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ford?
I guess that was my question. Were they all electric? Were there still gas engines?
Hybrid is not all electric. It's both.
In my experience, looking at hybrid cars and calculating out the cost of gas versus how much you pay for them, you don't get your money back with them. I mean, you're paying for something you're never gonna. Go ahead.
I believe Mr. Caius has something to say.
Mr. Caius?
Just very quickly, I have a plug-in hybrid and it's very, very economical.
Ditto,
And Mr.
Ditto.
Strathman?
ditto, ditto.
Oh, that's an endorsement.
Very,
Ditto.
very.
Very, very.
And this is not a plug-in hybrid.
Not,
It's
but
just a hybrid.
It's a
It does
hybrid.
not plug in.
Mavis, can you repeat that, please? I didn't.
The cars in these resolutions are not plug-in hybrids. They are hybrids. They don't plug in. They only go to the gas station. The advantage is that the hybrid technology helps the regenerative braking power to charge up a battery that helps you run your car more cheaper.
So Mr. Caius's opinion and the Stratman, they have plugins. So that's not, okay, so that doesn't apply to these cars.
No, it
Am I
does not.
correct?
Okay. Meaning Mr.
Plug-in
Caius
hybrid.
is out of order on this particular point.
the hybrid that's also a plug-in.
Yeah.
All right, we're talking about gas mileage right now and clean air. All right, if there are any other discussions on this?
No.
All right, clerk, please call the roll. And this is for item number 23-418.
Correct. Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Thank you. Davis.
Davis,
looks-
yes, with
Oh, thank-
permission to join.
Hold on a second. Do we have permission for Mr. Davis to join in?
Permission
Yes. All
granted.
right, welcome, Mr. Davis.
Oh, 3. Ford,
Or no.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Juby,
QBI.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
yes.
Linder,
Forrest, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Sanchez is gone. Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis, Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Debbie,
Debbie, yes.
Williams,
No.
Young.
No.
Still passes.
Okay, very good. All right, motion passed. May I have a motion, a second to potentially approve item number 23-419?
Gums will move.
Thank you, Ms. Gums.
Spade seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. Mr. Doherty.
Same argument, save time.
Okay, same argument. All right. Other additional information on this item? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
No.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Or no.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
E.
Shivi, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva, yes.
Yes.
okay. Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Debbie,
Debbie, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young,
No.
passes.
All right, that's the end of our no, we have two more. Hold on. All right. I have a motion and a second
Gums will move.
to approve. Discuss item number 23-362.
Gums moved.
Thank you, Ms. Gums.
Linder, second.
Mr. Linder. Discussion. No discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty. Mr. Doherty,
Sorry.
you're breaking up.
Doherty, yes.
Okay, Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Juby,
Shivi, aye.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Yes. Leonard.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Teppy,
Debbie, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young,
Young, yes.
passes.
Wonderful, good. All right, I have a motion and a second to potentially approve item number 23-426.
I would move it.
Thank you, sir. Second,
Linder.
Mr. Ford, seconds. Discussion. Hearing none.
They're all
No,
four
wait-
out.
Wait a minute, we've got one right here. Shh.
Be a tent city.
No sarcasm.
David Young,
please.
possibly because this is what the people living in the tent cities will move to. Nice. That was a good segue.
Oh, my.
Have you looked at this sustainable workforce housing? Did everybody read this? To me, this is government housing. It sounds like government housing is coming to Kane County. So if you look at the resolution, it says something like, whereas on to 2050, the regional plan establishes a goal of future housing system where regional and local housing supply matches the types that residents want. So read that several times, and you have CMAP, which is Chicago. They're going to dictate what happens with this, and they're pulling in a lot of collar counties. And what this looks like to me, and I think I'm right, I read this like 5 times, is they're going to be putting government housing, Section 8, well, it's not Section 8 housing, but they're calling it government housing, where they're going to be putting areas that are going to be lower. I'm going to say they're lower quality, but they're going to be lower price, so that you have people that can live here that maybe couldn't live here right now, which is government housing. And I personally, I oppose this. I mean, I don't know why we have to have people live in Kane County that can't afford to live here. So anyway, if they can't afford to live in Kane County, then they can afford to live somewhere else. I can't afford to live in Highland Park. So I'm opposed to this, and that's the reason why. It just sounds like government housing is coming our way. Thank you.
We've got a number of hands up right now. Mr. Linder.
There are a number of people who can't afford to live here, but they work here. And part of the problem is we don't pay our workers enough. You talk to many of our workers, and they'll tell you, oh, you know, I live out there someplace. We need to have match housing to the people who work here. It only makes sense. It doesn't make sense for the people who work in Kane County to have to come from, you know, someplace out DeKalb and Lee County and those places because they can't afford to live here. It's just a matter of common sense, nothing more than that. Common sense and human decency.
Thank you. Ms. Bates.
I will say that Mr. Linder said much of what I was thinking and feeling, that the key word here is workforce housing, because if we want to have economic development, if we want our businesses to grow, our businesses need workers, and we need the workers who can live here and thrive in order to grow our economic development, as well as the humanitarian aspect of everybody should have a decent home to live in.
Thank you for those comments. Hold on, let me make sure no one else. Did you have a comment to make? Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Ford.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mavis pretty much cleared it up. The idea here is workforce housing, which been said earlier about how much it costs to live in Kane County based on, doesn't even matter whether it's a higher area of living or not. It just looking at Kane County as a whole, that is getting too expensive to live, even when you have what may be called a job where you have to have an education for. So unfortunately, what's misunderstanding is these funds still come through HUD, but their requirements for them is going to be quite different than low income housing.
They're all different. They're different forms of housing indeed. And there has to be a portfolio of housing opportunities. Yes, Ms. Gums.
Thank you. I get the argument about, I understand where it comes from. I should say the argument that we don't want to live in the same place where somebody who doesn't make as much or isn't as educated as I get that argument. I
To the microphone.
don't agree with it. Because fundamentally, if you look throughout Kane County, my district, 55,000 median income, and I'm not sure what others are, but it's 160 median income. Are we suggesting that everybody populate in one specific location? Like bunch them all together, say like tent city locations, because they can't afford to live in the northern part of the county or the western northern part of the county? Or should they all just go down to the southern part of the county where it's 55,000? I think Mr. Linder hit the nail on the head. Like, some people don't like government housing, but guess what? Some people need government housing. And again, I will reiterate, those people don't choose that. It's the way they happen to earn a living. And that living isn't enough to live in a regular house, where somebody might have a hot tub in their backyard or something, so.
Please, I'm just clarifying. There are very few areas in the suburbs of Illinois that have a housing commission. St. Charles has one of them, and we're rare that St. Charles does have that, and we help support that housing commission. Highland Park is another one, to make sure that there is affordable housing for the people who work in Highland Park, not just people who happen to have historic wealth to be able to afford to live in Highland Park and some of the larger homes. So you could live in Highland Park with the support of the Housing Commission. Yes.
Strathman here. I would just like to point out that there is already subsidized housing in Kane County.
It's called a home mortgage deduction.
And I live a block away from it in Batavia. And I have a very nice townhouse.
Call the question. Call the
One more thing.
question.
I think we
Call the question.
I had one more, comment. Please.
Yes, last comment, please.
Well, if we're going to have this, I don't know, where does it end? I mean, are we going to subsidize people if they
Point
want
of
a certain
order.
car?
Point of order.
Point of order.
No.
We're talking about housing.
Okay, you're right. So if we're talking about housing here, I'm against this, and it could do a couple of things to us. It could lower current properties wherever these are going to be placed. This is not telling you where they're going to be placed. And will it be placed like, Michelle was talking about that, hey, are we going to be putting in the southern part? And what's going to happen with the surrounding homes that are going to butt up to this project? You're basically putting projects in Kane County.
Point of
So-
order.
Point of order.
Point
We-
of order.
Point of order.
Right.
Mark,
We're not putting projects in. We're
Mark,
talking about
let Mr. Van
workforce housing.
Kerkhoff is coming up to offer some explanation, please, some clarity on this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Mark Van Kerkhoff, and thank you, Madam Chairman, for adding this to the agenda. So what this resolution authorizes is for Madam Chairman, on behalf of the county, to enter into a memorandum of understanding with CMAP and the other Collier counties. CMAP, as our regional planning agency, is putting together an application on behalf of the region to compete for $10 million in funds to evaluate the impediments and barriers that each county has for workforce housing in their counties. So we would have applied for this on our own, but we wouldn't be competitive as a single county. But as a region, we can do this. CMAP is doing this on our behalf. If the grant is awarded to CMAP, that would allow each county to do their own individual plan, identify our unique barriers and impediments, and come up with a plan to address those, as well as utilize our funding at CDBG or other funds to address the barriers that we identify with our communities. So I just want to clarify a little bit about what this is for. It's for them to apply on behalf, and if awarded, we would in a sense be a subrecipient to CMAP to do our own workforce housing plan. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions with this? Again, I support this personally because it's part of our economic development plan. So with that, no other questions. I think we're ready. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, for 23-426, Allen,
Aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Sherman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Juby,
Yeah.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Yes,
Caius,
yes.
Leonard,
Yes.
Lewis,
Louis, yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez, no. Silva's gone. Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Debbie,
That'd yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, no.
Okay, still passes.
All righty. Okay, that ends the off consent agenda. We have a opportunity to go into executive session.
Gums will make a motion to go into executive
Session
session
for-
to discuss personnel matters.
Very good.
Caius, second.
Thank you.
Doherty comment.
Mr. Doherty?
Yeah. Do we have people waiting for public comment?
Let 'em-
We do, but this should take, yes, we do.
Okay, can we let them speak before we kick them out of the room a second time?
No.
All right.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
All right, so would you please withdraw?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
I have a second. I will not. We're stuck here the same amount of time as everybody else here.
All right,
Let's have jobs they've already gone.
okay, so we have,
The mover can withdraw the motion, whether the seconder.
Oh, darn.
okay, all
Agrees or
right,
not.
good try. All right, so,
No motion.
okay, so we have people who want to speak. All right, so we have. We're, with the permission of the board, we're going to be moving our public comments that are off agenda before we go on to the executive session. We have several speakers who perhaps have been waiting a period of time. The first speaker would be Mark Shredge, Mark? Could not read the handwriting. Okay, something about a poem? No, all righty. Danielle. It's H-I-N and then I can't make up the last two letters. Danielle? What is your last name? Hines. Okay, very good. Okay, here we go. Oh,
Hello.
okay. 3 minutes. Okay.
So my name is Danielle Hines and I am coming to you about a three-way stop at Kesslinger Doberman, or the merging of Doberman and the entrance of the Kane High School. Last time I was here was 6 years ago when my neighbors and I got a four-way stop in rumble strips. This was on Harder and Scott Roads in Sugar Grove after a tragic accident that lost the life of a father, a 3-year-old with neurological deficits, and multiple broken bones of the mother. Since that tragedy, there have been 0 accidents. I attribute this to your actions as a board. You had approved the four-way stop along with rumble strips and a flashing red light. I would like to publicly thank you for your actions on this matter. I now come to you with the same issues as before. The intersection of Kesslinger, Meredith, and Doberman roads. This area is directly east and west of Kane High School. In the last 7 years, there has been 33 accidents. I have the FOIA reports from Caneville Fire Protection District if you want to see them. 15 of these caused 0 injuries, 17 with injuries, and 1 with a fatality that recently occurred. The most recent accident was a fatality on August 21st, just after school was let out. It involved a 16-year-old student that was attempting to make a left-hand turn from the high school exit onto Kesslinger. A motorcycle was traveling westbound after enjoying a long ride on a beautiful day. The motorcyclist never made it home. The 16-year-old student did not see the motorcyclist coming and struck the motorist. The student immediately ran to render aid to the victim without success. The victim was pronounced at the scene after the student attempted CPR. The accident occurred shortly after school was let out, so many students and staff saw this horrific, tragic accident occur. In my opinion, if there was a 3-way stop at Doberman and Kesslinger, or the merging of Doberman to the high school, this senseless tragedy could have been prevented. The motorcyclist would have been traveling westbound from a stop sign at a much lower speed than the posted 35 miles per hour. There's a good chance that the accidents could have been avoided altogether, at least reduced drastically. Caneville Fire Protection District asked KDOT about a flashing stop sign at this intersection in 2009. In 2010, the county agreed to the flashing signs, but it was never done. Also, a traffic study was done at that time, and they said there was not enough traffic, but the study was done between 8 and 2. So this study did not include all the traffic going to school in the morning or leaving in the afternoon, not to mention all the traffic from all the sports and activities that are held at the high school. And we have also added another school, the a night school. So that has also added extra traffic to the area. I did actually start a petition, and we had 656 people sign it. Oh, shoot, did I run out of time? Oh, okay. Can I keep going or no?
If you can just could conclude, please.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so So I come to you asking for a three-way stop at this dangerous intersection. We have now had a devastating fatality. The time is now, so another fatality does not occur.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments.
Do you want the
I-
FOIA reports
I-
for that?
Yes, you can give them to Ms. Mosser. Thank you. We'll make sure we get those off to our Department of Transportation. I believe you are the only speaker. Oh. Sir. Allow, yes, 3 minutes.
Microphone.
I need your name, please.
Stefan Shank.
I'm sorry, didn't quite hear.
Stefan Shank,
Okay, Stefan. Can you spell your last name?
SCHENK.
Thank you. 3 minutes.
This is regarding the resolution of 23-401 about the building management snow removal services. I believe the document that you're marketing. Second,
Would you repeat the number, please?
23-401. Document that your board is awarding the contract off of, that was submitted to you guys by your purchasing department, is incorrect. Off of the numbers that were actually submitted by all the contractors. They inflated the numbers. You're voting on paying a contractor more money than what he actually submitted for. And I have the flash drive to prove those documents as well as right here.
For snow plowing service?
For snow removal of the Kane County. Unless it was amended on BidNet, which the document went out on from the time that I was here, then the document that your team gave to you guys to bid on is incorrect.
All right, that has already been approved.
Madam Chair, I would call point of order that this is for time to address the board but not respond. So.
Doesn't that need to go through purchasing? So that should be.
I will say that we do not respond.
We
I
cannot
understand.
respond.
I understand.
So do you have anything else?
No, that's it. I just would like you guys to bid off of the numbers that were actually submitted, not pay someone more money than what they actually said they would do it for.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir.
There you go. State's attorney.
Jamie can respond.
That concludes our public comment. It's an interesting public comment today.
Grams will move to go into
I don't have that patience. Look at me.
The legal team has caucused.
2.5 hours.
Yeah, bro. All right.
This is Mr.
If I
Shadow's-
understand the 391 as presented included a salary for the executive director and their budget,
Correct, that's
a
correct.
reorganization.
Correct.
All right. Because the executive committee is in charge of setting the executive director's salaries, my suggestion would be is that issue should be severed from the rest of the resolution and that's sent back to executive committee.
Exactly.
And so you would just not have executive session today on that. You would just simply amend the resolution to carve out the executive director's salary. And then you have no need for an executive session. You proceed to consider the balance of the resolution.
I'm happy to hear it. I'm not being sarcastic at all, but that the executive or the legal team agreed with what I found out from the legal team previously. So it is concurred. So we are going to, I'd like to have a motion and a second. First of all, we have to discuss and approve if we're going to be voting on this or not. And then we can amend it on the floor as we do traditionally with a resolution. So may I have a motion to move this, please?
I'm point of order. Is it was already moved?
No.
No,
this
it
a
was not.
motion to
Michelle.
approve
I had it. I noted that I
23-391.
seconded it.
Okay,
Michelle did.
so
Now, point of information, my reason for going into executive session was because of some actions that occurred between the executive committee and today's meeting. So I'd like to go into executive session for this discussion of an individual personnel matter.
Gums will second.
I will second that. Okay, so there has been a motion on the floor again to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters. It's been seconded.
We
Clerk,
still have
please
a
call-
quorum.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we do. Clerk, please call the roll.
Allen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Great, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Mr. Doherty?
Already, yes.
thank you. Davis,
Davis, yes.
thank you. Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard's gone. Lewis, Linder,
Yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez gone. Silva, oh, it's gone. Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Okay. Yeah, okay, we have
Passes.
passes. All right, we are now moving into executive session. Okay.
Right, everybody online that will be joining us in the closed session, please accept those invites. You are reminded that we are currently live streaming, so anything you say before I give you the okay will still be going out live to the public. If you are in the room and attached digitally through a device, you must also join before we can go into the closed session. So please accept those invites.
I'm ready.
Who's first?
Oh, you beat me.
Maybe. First.
We should be out of here if it's got a little warmer.
Crisp.
Is that?
Somebody falls?
Yeah.
So therefore.
Trying to take a picture of him and guys.
Somebody fell, I think.
Is there anybody hearing my voice online that feels they should be in the closed session?
Blair, this is Scott Berger. I believe the subject of the closed session involves me, therefore I'd like to be invited.
Uh,
Yeah, that's not good.
Hold on, Scott.
Myrna, Miss
An
Molina,
incident.
is that okay with you?
No, we have to make sure, usually when we talk about compensation.
I think it's up to the committee to decide. I'd like to hear Mr. Berger's point of view because I had a conversation with him and I think several board members did as well. So I'd like to hear what he has to say as well. But Ms. Mosser can let us know.
Well, you could excuse him later if you.
We're still here.
The troublemakers always stay to the end.
Insult you by saying we didn't have a quorum.
Yeah, the troublemakers always stay late.
And they get to the last inning and then they're told they're not. Yeah.
Oh, it's not.
Ask all of these resolutions up on to put the one pumpkin first.
Congratulations on 360.
Now to be saying. that they have to move to the executive. These are all his people.
Yeah.
All right. King come.
Yeah.
Best to just walk away always.
Six.
Sure. She is. By the way, I was looking at a hybrid, by the way, so I'm not anti-hybrid.
Somebody said to me.
Looking at a Wrangler.
Are we gonna call in, and go have lunch? Yeah, I'm gonna charge it to the floor. But this has gone on since.
4xe?
Well, 1, 2, 3.
Who's that guy?
I don't know if we have time for a bathroom.
I have this 1101.
No, we don't have time
It's a
for
chronicle?
that.
Are you serious?
I had a blanket.
No, I didn't. Why didn't you have, why didn't you have a real camera?
It really feels good.
I keep it for, every once in a while, we thought it was nice to do it stock.
Why wouldn't you?
You know.
Pictures of them too, if you let me.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Staying here and blah, blah, blah.
Why didn't you just watch it on YouTube?
I hope someone decides quickly what we're going to do.
I didn't see it, all I know is I saw a guy down and you try.
And we just canceled the legal and claims committee for, maybe we gotta yeah. He didn't look hurt.
Smiling right next to him. He said,
Everybody saw that, right?
He knocked him down. Tried to get that and set on the wall.
Recycle every car.
It's a national issue. It's not a county. I don't.
They stopped denying climate, now they're denying.
That's the.
When Roger did the reorganization. Executive meeting was-
I'm gonna do this by Zoom because I got a free block in my office.
Done.
I cannot cancel.
I
Yeah.
think you should buy lunch next time.
Have a feeling this is gonna take a while.
I'm surprised it didn't go down.
Because I have to go. Yes. No.
It's a great.
You know what? And
Okay, really?
I gotta go too, so I will.
we did this.
I did that.
He's worried about the people here.
I want you to know, your blood thins out as you get older.
Should you buy it for them as well?
Absolutely.
I would like to talk to you about.
All right, we are now in closed session. Or not in closed session.
I don't know. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's still on the agenda.
Mr. Berger, you may get an invite at a later point. For now, you will not receive one. So we will be going into the closed session.
Thank you, Blair.
They're starting. They need you in the room because they don't have a quorum now
I
with
gotta
me,
pee.
with me leaving. Okay.
Crap. Well, I had another one I was gonna go to
Go
after that.
see the barn. We were gonna go tour the barn that we're trying to save at the Forest Preserve.
Forest Preserve.
so-
That was a different meeting, another long meeting this morning. So that was twice. No, not as long as this one, but it didn't help us.
You're feeding the grid.
Yes, got to remove the consonant N there. Tour the bar instead of barn.
It's,
Down, so it gave mood.
yeah, the heat's on.
saying it's
They're gonna
Happening with the barn. Tell me you're going.
voted not, we just voted down.
All right, you are in open session.
Open session.
All right, we are back in open session. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen, are you present?
Alan present.
Thank you. Bates? Berman? Here. Doherty?
Are you here?
Gabest?
Abbott here.
Ford? Gums?
Comes here.
Juby?
You're here.
Kenyon?
Here.
Caius?
I saw you eat that trail mix.
Caius, you are
Guys
here.
present.
Lewis?
Who's here?
Linder?
Linda's here.
Melina?
Melina's present.
Roth?
Roth here.
Liz is not here. Silva not here. Strathman?
Still here.
Okay. Serge is not here. Tarver?
Tarver here.
Tepe?
Here.
Williams and Young, you are not here. All right.
And she's not gonna believe you. Be calm.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17
Wait,
here.
Mike.
17. All right,
Couple
we're-
remotes.
all right, ladies, and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, I'd like to, you're now back in open session. May I please have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number
No more discussion.
23-391.
Bates moves.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. Second,
Also
please.
second.
Russell, second. Discussion. Yes.
I'd like to amend the amount though to be the 103, which is the compensation just for the
Yeah.
staff. Thank you.
For staff.
And remove. Yes, yes, because we don't want to screw
Absolutely.
up calculations.
Like what he said.
Okay, could you say that, Anita, please?
So the amendment is to approve it without the executives, without the executive director's salary. And that would change the amount to $103,000.
Okay, thank you.
Second that amendment.
Second. I believe we have to vote on that.
Mhm.
The vote. on
Madam Chairman,
Discussion.
I call for close of discussion and a vote on all matters before the House.
Point of order.
Yes.
You mentioned discussion. I'd like to make sure that we discuss the reason for this resolution change and that it be in our minutes. The reason it has nothing to do with performance issues. It has to do with a Robert's Rules of Order that occurred in our executive committee. We will be bringing forward the executive director's salary increase at our next executive committee meeting, which will occur in November.
Correct. Do we have a date for the next November meeting so we can be very specific when that will be discussed? Someone can pull that up for me, please. When is it?
November 1st.
November 1st. Okay, so it's absolutely clear we will be discussing that and for your consideration on November 1st. Do we have to, again, I'm going to ask, I believe we have to take a vote on the amendment. So
Tappy, you didn't. Was that you, Tappy?
Lewis
Tappy
made.
that be seconded? Okay, thank you. All right, so now we're taking a vote on the amendment.
Okay. Ellen?
Alan, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman? Doherty?
There he is.
Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Comes yes.
PBI.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
It's not here. Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder, yes.
Linder, yes, thank you. Melina?
Melina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez, Silva, Strathman,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Steppy, yes.
Oh, I got that. And Young are gone. Passes.
Okay, it passes. All right, are you ready for the vote? Please, this is as amended.
Solution.
Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, hold on. Okay, Alan, for as amended,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman, Doherty,
There he is.
Havist,
Yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Juby, Kenyon,
Yes.
Tyus,
Yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Yes.
Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Carver,
Carver, yes.
Epi,
Yes.
and that is it. Yep, passes.
Well done. All right, we've already gone through our public comment, so.
Madam Chair, may I make a remark?
Your duty.
Oh, yes, as public comment, absolutely. Public comment.
Thank you. I simply want to say that I appreciate the seriousness with which the board took this item forward. We really appreciate the time you spent going through this and reviewing it. And that is not lost on us, that it's at the very end of a very long meeting. So again, just want to say thank you.
Very good. We appreciate your comments, Mr. Berger.
Doing our duty.
Mr. Kenyon, please.
I'd like to move we adjourn till the 14th of November, and I'm sure this is an all-time record, longest county board
Would
meeting.
it be?
Oh, no. It's the fourth longest, sorry.
Oh, it's the longest.
All right,
It's 4 hours.
Ellen is longest because we didn't start on time.
all right. Can we,
No, it's still. the
okay, let's, thank you. We can have this off.